Chapter 12:12. Hearing Ingrid asking for more details, Itomori knew that Ingrid had basically decided to accept this task. After all, a magic tower was a great help for a sorcerer in the main world, especially for a 2-star sorcerer like Ingrid who had reached level A+ and was about to break through to level S. Moreover, the additional effect of becoming a 3-star magician was extremely tempting for a female magician like Ingrid. It couldn't be helped. After all women were the same. They all hoped to maintain their beauty and youth for a long time. Therefore, the eternal youth effect of becoming an S-rank magician was like a drug to women with special abilities. It was extremely tempting. I just need you to guard the magic tower for a long time. It doesn't mean that you're forbidden from leaving Akakuruno City to return to the magic realm or go to other special markets to buy magic materials. Therefore, you can go out and buy them when you need them. Seito explained with a smile. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Ingrid said with a nod as her brows relaxed. So you agree? Seito asked happily. That's a magic tower we're talking about. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Ingrid said with a charming expression as she rolled her eyes at Seito. Since that's the case, then let's start packing so that I can bring you back to Akakuruno City as soon as possible. Seito said with a smile. Hey, don't you see what time it is? What are you packing for? Ingrid said unhappily as she pointed at the magic clock hanging on the wall. Seito subconsciously turned his head to look at the magic clock and was slightly surprised. He immediately remembered that he had neglected the time difference between the two places. Only then did he realize that it was already past midnight. Seito withdrew his gaze and smiled dryly at Ingrid. Since it's already so late, then we might as well not stay here any longer. Let's hurry back to the house and rest. Seito said with a flirtatious smile. Okay. Ingrid stretched out her arms and placed them on Seito's shoulders. Her eyes gradually became watery as she looked at him and said coquettishly. Seeing this, how could Seito be polite? He immediately carried Ingrid from the sofa and strode to her bedroom. Then, he skillfully threw Ingrid onto the bed in the bedroom and started to take off his clothes. After a while, Itose, who was naked from head to toe, climbed onto the bed and took off her clothes with Ingrid's cooperation. He didn't know if Ingrid liked to dress like this or if there was some other reason. Therefore, after Seito took off the robe covering her body, Ingrid's naked body immediately appeared before his eyes. You like vacuum suits? Itose threw the robe aside, turned over and pressed on top of Ingrid. He played with her breasts while looking at Ingrid with a frivolous expression. Is that so? What do you think? Isn't it convenient? Ingrid said with a smirk. It is indeed very convenient. Seito's palm slid down her flat chest and passed through the hills that were completely different from those of Easterners. He stopped in front of a secret realm and gently rubbed it. But I don't remember you dressing like this before. You really believe? Ingrid rolled her eyes at Seito speechlessly. She explained, because I'm doing magic experiments, I need to wear a robe for basic protection. It also shields me from substances that may affect the experiment. That's why I dress like this, although it feels pretty good. I see. Then in the future, when I meet a female mage, weakening disintegration is a good choice for combat, Seito said with a strange smile. At the same time, the images of the robes shattering under the weakening disintegration kept appearing in his mind. The images of female mages with smooth and clean bodies were revealed one after another. I'm starting to regret it now. How did I teach such a filthy mage like you? Ingrid, who understood Itose's intention almost instantly, reached out her hand and grabbed the magic staff under his body. She squeezed it slightly and said in a bad mood. However, as soon as he clenched his fist, the magical staff immediately heated up and expanded. Soon, it stood upright. This is called having a quick mind, not dirty thoughts. The real dirty person should be you who thought I was thinking of combat tactics and spells in a dirty way, Seito said righteously as he tightened his grip on the magic staff. Ingrid was too lazy to pay attention to Ito-sei's quibbling. She gently moved her hand and played with the biological magic wand in her hand. She gently moved her magic staff while enjoying Seito's comfort. After a while, Seito felt that it was about time and whispered into Ingrid's ear, "I'm coming." After saying that, he moved his body. With Ingrid's active cooperation, he pierced the magic staff into a cave full of strange water magic elements and activated it. Under the intense stirring of Seito's magic staff, strange moans came out of Ingrid's mouth. At the same time, a lewd smell mixed with the smell of their bodies spread in the room. Bang bang bang! The sound of their bodies colliding echoed in the room. The next morning in the UK, Ingrid, who looked especially beautiful because she was nourished by high-level energy, tidied up the room with Seito's help. She packed up the things she needed to take with her and personally reported to the Magic Guild. Then, the two left the magic realm. Seito used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring her back to Akikuruno City in Japan. Then, they used instant transmission to appear in front of an octagonal magic tower with a wide bottom and a pointed top. It was 7 stories high and had a faint mysterious glow on its surface. Ingrid, who had long known about Ito-sei's spatial ability from gossips, was not too surprised by the way he moved from the west side of the earth to the east side of the world in an instant. So when she saw the magic tower in front of her, she focused all her attention on the magic tower and murmured with excitement, "Is this my magic tower from now on?" "Yes, from now on, you are the owner of this place." Seito smiled as he understood Ingrid's feelings. Ingrid didn't answer. She just looked at the dark tower in front of her with a face full of excitement. It wasn't until a few minutes later that she calmed down again. "Let's go in," Seito said after seeing Ingrid calm down a little. "Okay." Ingrid promptly nodded in agreement before following Seito into the magic tower. As you saw from the outside, the magic tower has a total of 7 floors, and each floor has a different function. According to the design, the first floor is specially used to receive students, as well as the space where magic students might appear in the future. The second floor is the place where students study, communicate, and compete. The third floor is the library, used to store some basic books I secretly copied from Merlin's library. Hearing this, Ingrid looked at Seito with astonishment. She hadn't expected him to be so bold as to secretly copy books from Merlin's library. Seito smiled at Ingrid and continued, "The 4th floor is the material warehouse, the 5th floor is the energy storage room, the 6th floor is your residence, and the 7th floor is your personal laboratory. The entire magic tower is controlled by the intelligent fairy, Ilia." "Ilia." Ito-sei paused for a moment and shouted loudly, "Master!" As soon as he finished speaking, along with the gathering of countless photon particles, the image of a little girl wearing a white one-piece dress who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old appeared in the air. She had long silver hair like Liliana's naturally scattered behind her back. Her eyes were red, and she had a cute smile on her face. She gently pinched the corner of her dress with both hands and greeted Ito-seiho with the etiquette of a court lady. "Ilia, this is Ingrid, the new master of this magic tower. Log in for her," Seito said as he pointed at Ingrid. "Yes, master." Ilia nodded. Then, she looked at Ingrid and logged in the relevant information for her. At the same time, she created a thorny rune similar to a rune on Ingrid's wrist to verify her identity. Because the magic tower is related to the entire defense system of Akazuya City, I also have control authority here. You don't mind, right? Seito looked at Ingrid, who was observing the bramble imprint on her wrist. Of course. Since the magic tower was given to her by someone else, Ingrid naturally didn't mind and said with a smile, "Thank you." Seito thanked sincerely, knowing the temperament of magic casters. "Is there a need to be so polite between the two of us?" Ingrid asked with a smile. "That's right, there is no need for this between the two of us." Seito shook his head and smiled. Then, let me continue. Seito continued to lead Ingrid into the magic tower. This magic tower is similar to the magic tower belonging to the magic guild in the demonic realm. It is embedded with a space expansion array, and the space inside is countless times larger than what it looks like from the outside. The magic tower is built with black essence stone mixed with obsidian. It is filled with purple crystal, sapphire, high-purity crystal, and many other high-purity spell crystal powders. Its magic conduction is top-notch. The magic tower is secretly engraved with a level 3 defensive array, as well as a defensive barrier I obtained from other legacies. In terms of resistance, it can completely resist the magic attacks of a 3-star magician. Even a powerful forbidden spell won't be a problem as long as the energy pool is filled with energy. Speaking of energy pools, I didn't build a pure magic energy pool. Instead, it is a non-elemental energy pool that I modified. It can absorb natural energy, ether mana, microwave energy, and many other types of energy and compress them. In terms of energy recovery speed, it is far superior to a pure magic energy pool. After that, there is the magic tower's defense system. Apart from the detection and warning domain that covers a radius of 1,000 meters around the magic tower, there are also about 200 soul guardians that are used for normal defense and miscellaneous matters within the tower. Apart from that, the magic tower is also equipped with lightning, sea of fire, curse domain, disintegration ray, and many other magic arrays that can crush powerful enemies. Chapter 12-13. The tour of the magic tower lasted for more than 10 minutes before coming to an end. As for the rest of the details, as the magic tower's spirit, Ilya would naturally be introduced to them, or she would gradually familiarize herself with Ingrid. After that, Seito brought Ingrid back home and introduced her mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Rita Ito, Erika, Liliana, Karen, Valletta, Oriana, Kanuhata Sai, and Shihira Linghua to Ingrid. He had them get familiar with each other so that they wouldn't have any unnecessary conflicts with Ingrid, a stranger who suddenly appeared and took over the magic tower. During this introduction, Ingrid was very reserved. She didn't show any intimacy with Seito in front of everyone. It was as if she was purely an employee, and everyone saw her as a subordinate. Little brother, that woman isn't just your subordinate, right? After that, Suzu Ito looked for Seito, who had returned home after sending Ingrid back to the magic tower. She looked at him with a faint smile. How did you know? Seito asked with an embarrassed expression. So it's true. Suzu Ito raised her eyebrows and said in a slightly louder voice than usual. You didn't know? Seito asked in surprise. That woman disguised herself very well. I just felt that you wouldn't just bring back a subordinate that you're close to, so I tried to trick you. I didn't think that I would actually get something out of you, Suzu Ito said with a displeased expression. Seito looked at Suzu Ito speechlessly, not knowing what to say. That woman isn't a new woman you found, right? Suzu Ito asked. How should I put it? Although our relationship is somewhat close, it's more like a relationship between a lover and a mistress. It's far from the level between me and Karen, Seito explained helplessly. That's good. Suzu Ito's expression became slightly better as she said, I'm telling you, little brother, I don't like that woman. Really, I don't know why. When I saw her, I just felt very unhappy. Is that so? Seito looked at Suzu Ito in surprise. And, so you'd better not bring her home in the future. I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to resist killing her. Suzu Ito's eyes flickered as she spoke. I know. Seito nodded with a serious face. I didn't plan to bring her home in the first place. It's just that the magic tower lacks a sorcerer who is proficient in this world's magic system. That's why I thought of bringing her home. Well, that's good. Suzu Ito, who had finally recovered, smiled. She then reached out to touch Seito's cheek and said softly, It seems that I hold a very high place in your heart. Well, Seito said softly, slightly embarrassed. My little brother is so cute. Suzu Ito, who was supposed to touch and pinch, said. Tisk. Seito, who had reached out to grab Suzu Ito's hand and pulled her to the side, purposely made a sound of disdain. I'm going to take a shower. Little brother, do you want to come with me? Suzu Ito looked at Seito with a flirtatious smile on her face. Sis, you're doing it again. Is it fun to tease me? Seito said with a helpless sigh. You really don't want to come? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Suzu Ito continued to tempt him. If you want someone to scrub your back for you, you should ask Reina to help you. I'll pass. Seito quickly shook his head and rejected this very tempting suggestion. Humph! Suzu Ito snorted softly. She turned and walked in the direction of the bathroom. The magic tower is already up and running. The ability technology tower is also activated under the control of the AI. Only the martial arts training pavilion is temporarily unoccupied. But it doesn't matter. As long as there's no problem with the 3 bodies and 3 talents formation, Seito said to himself as he watched Suzu Ito leave. He withdrew his gaze and looked up at the resplendent stardust in the sky. As for the forbidden airspace domain, it can only restrict people below rank S from flying in Aquino City. Because rank S experts use a rather unique method of flight, they can still fly even with the suppression of the artificial angel's imaginary domain. However, with the artificial angel, the settled Tetroso, the newly opened magic tower, the ability technology tower, and the various anti-air weapons that already exist in the city, it's enough to capture S-rank experts. The only thing missing now is the planning and transformation of the entire city, as well as the connection to the demiplane's relevant buildings and facilities. I believe that once all these are completed, Akikuru City can be completely opened to the world and recruit students for large-scale talent training. The Black Ball team's combat power will be completely liberated. That's right, since I already have Alea. I wonder if I can communicate with the main world suppression, Seito suddenly thought as his imagination ran wild. However, after thinking about the terrifying possibility of being discovered by the main world suppression and directly being annihilated into dregs, Seito subconsciously shivered and immediately gave up on the idea of connecting Alea to the main world's suppression. I'll do it when I can resist the suppression, Seito said as he shook his head fiercely. After standing in the courtyard for a moment, he turned around and walked back into the house. He returned to his bedroom and sat cross-legged to cultivate. In the process of cultivation, Seito, who was multitasking, once again pondered the problem of his path forward. If I want to speed up the transformation of soul and will, and refine the core matter to form something similar to divinity to become a demigod. In my situation, there are 3 ways to achieve this. First, I can continue to devour worlds to strengthen Alea and use Alea's side to strengthen myself. Second, I can go to some worlds that are relatively different in terms of soul. Or it can be said that there are demigod creatures in the world. By fighting them, I can refer to and analyze their cultivation methods and their soul form to achieve this. Currently, the worlds that are known to meet these requirements are the Grim Reaper with a materialized soul, the Devil High School world with divine artifacts everywhere, demons, angels, fallen angels, and other strange creatures everywhere, and the Type Moon world that meets both the first and second requirements. Third, I can use the soul dual cultivation method to catalyze this process through sexual intercourse. However, if I don't have a good method, I may be affected by it and be temporarily excluded. However, I can use the method of body union to achieve this condition indirectly. The first method mainly depends on the progress of the strategy. If the method is suitable, I can completely complete the strategy in less than a day, like in the world of the strongest disciple in history. However, this requires momentum. In addition, some worlds may have planet wills and alea, so I need to be cautious. The second method. Seito couldn't help but ponder when he thought of the second method. The Grim Reaper is easy. As long as I'm careful not to be hypnotized by Aizen's Shizuka Suigetsu, although its combat strength is exaggerated, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as I'm good enough, I can also learn soul arts and Kido from that world to strengthen my mother, sister, Mayu, and Yomi. It's not impossible to use this opportunity to develop my own Zanpakuto. The only thing I can get from the Devil High School world is probably the method to create Demon King weapons and some divine artifact. And I can also capture demons, angels, fallen angels, and so on. It's a very good choice. As for the Type Moon world, before I deal with Alea and create a planet wills to fight against Gaia and Alea, it's best not to provoke them. In other words, only the third method can be used immediately. Seito frowned slightly. Forget it, let's leave it like this for now. Anyway, I still have to wait a few days for things to get on track. It won't be too late to decide which method to use to speed things up. Seito decided to put these useless thoughts aside for the time being. He then calmed his mind, cleared his mind, and turned his body to feel his soul, silently refining the mysterious substance that was so small that it was almost undetectable. Just like that, Itose spent the next few days managing the changes in Akazuya City during the day, making sure that everything was on the right track. At night, he silently cultivated, refining a mysterious substance from his soul. Since the city still lacks a martial artist who can take charge, I might as well go to a wuxiao world. On this day, after a period of observation, Seito didn't get any information from various sources that an enemy was about to attack, so he finally decided to start transmigrating again. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Seito stood in the void of the Rubik's Cube world and ordered. Yes. Initializing transmission, with the appearance of the Rubik's Cube's information, a brand new vortex immediately appeared in the void and expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to about 1 kilometer in diameter. The high-speed rotation created a boundless suction force that sucked Seito, who was suspended below it, into it. He turned into a stream of light that was projected into the center of the vortex before finally disappearing like a bubble. At the same time, on a small mountain in a new world with fresh air, Seito's figure wrapped in a layer of clouds appeared with a crackling sound that sounded like glass shattering. As expected of the Tang dynasty, the air is so fresh. Seito took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. I wonder what time it is now. Thinking of this, Seito used his will to absorb all of the world's power that had already completed his identity disguise. He then used the Taoist divine ability to shrink the ground into an inch and went down the mountain in a flash. Soon, Seito's figure completely disappeared from this mountain forest. Chapter 12:14. P.S. Thank you to Rebellious Feather, Fried Rice 2012, Chun Hongjun, 33 stacks, Gu 168, 878, 0145, and Boring Saint for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. After moving for a while, Seito quickly walked out of the forest and came to a dirt road that looked like an official road. Coincidentally, at this moment, there was a group of carriages with 2 flags in front of them. They were surrounded by dozens of men with sharp eyes and bulging temples. It was obvious that they were martial arts experts. The carriages quickly approached him, dragging a large cloud of dust as they moved forward. Seito raised his eyebrows and slowly walked to the middle of the official road. He turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at the caravan that was less than 100 steps away from him with a leisurely expression, as if he was not afraid of death. Stop! The leader of the caravan, who was already on guard against Seito's sudden appearance on the official road, raised his arm and shouted in a deep voice. Almost immediately after the order was given, the caravan stopped 30 steps away from Sei-Ito amidst the sound of horses neighing. Every one of them held a sword, a long sword, or some other strange weapons, and looked at Sei-Ito with a condensed aura. Strict obedience. Looks like we've run into a caravan from some big faction. Sei-Ito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. A caravan from the bailing gang. I am the leader, Lu Biao. May I know who you are and why you're blocking our way? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The strong man in his 30s named Lu Biao lightly kicked his horse's belly and urged it to move forward a few steps. He looked down at Sei-Ito, who was dressed strangely but had an extraordinary aura and temperament, and shouted in a deep voice. A caravan from the bailing gang? So, I am now in the territory of Hunan province in the future? Ito Sei's heart moved when he heard this, and he secretly inferred. Lu Biao, right? As long as you answer a few of my questions I'll leave, Sei-Ito said calmly. Please. Lu Biao nodded slightly in response. Where is this place? What year is it? Sei-Ito asked loudly. This place is near Jiujiang, located in the southwest. It's about 80 miles away from Jiujiang City. Lu Biao looked at Sei-Ito in surprise and answered truthfully, It's now the 9th day of the 3rd lunar month in the 13th year of the Day dynasty. In the 3rd month of the 13th year of the Great Cause. According to history, Yang Guang died in the 3rd month of the 14th year. According to this timeline, the whole story hasn't started yet, or is it about to start? Sei-Ito thought to himself. Thank you for telling me. Sei-Ito cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Then, he turned around and used the Taoist technique to fly toward Jiujiang City. An expert. When did such a young expert appear in Jianghu? Lu Biao's pupils shrank as he watched Sei-Ito's movements. He was shocked. Boss Lu, one of his subordinates, called out when he saw Lu Biao frown in deep thought. Let's go. Lu Biao came back to his senses and organized his thoughts. He raised his hand and gave the order. In the next moment, as the caravan moved, a large cloud of dust rose from the yellow official road. It followed the caravan toward Jiujiang City. Although the caravan was fast, Sei-Ito, who used the Taoist technique, was even faster. It only took him an hour. Sei-Ito successfully arrived at Jiujiang City in this world. He ignored the strange looks that people gave him and swaggered into Jiujiang City. Then, Ito Sei stopped a random passerby and asked for the location of the largest clothing store in Jiujiang City. He then walked over. Shopkeeper, give me the best clothes you have here. Ito Sei, who walked into the clothing store, said in a low voice. Okay, please wait a moment, the shopkeeper said. His face immediately piled up a warm smile, as if he had seen a relative. His eyes flashed as he said loudly. Then he turned around and took a light green shirt and a pair of trousers from the clothes rack on the side and handed them to Ito Sei. Sir, what do you think of this set? It's made from high-quality shoe silk. Not only will it not rub against your body like normal silk, it's also breathable and comfortable. It will definitely meet your requirements, the shopkeeper said. It's not bad. Sei-Ito rubbed the fabric and nodded. How much is it? 13 yuan, the shopkeeper said with a smile. Ito Sei knew that clothes made of high-quality materials were absolute luxury goods in this era, so he didn't say anything. He directly took out a small golden bean and threw it to the shopkeeper. After that, he picked up the trousers and green shirt and walked into the dressing room on the side under the guidance of the shopkeeper. Sei-Ito, who was used to wearing this kind of ancient clothing in the world of the demon sex, heavenly sword and dragon saber, did not feel numb at all. He quickly put on the green shirt and walked out of the changing room. You really are a fine young master in this chaotic world, the shopkeeper praised. It wasn't that he was going against his will. Even though Sei-Ito's hair was short and was not suitable for this kind of ancient clothing, his temperament was very good, and it covered up this strange feeling. To a certain extent, it highlighted his unique charm, making people have a good impression of him at first glance. Ito ignored the shopkeeper's praise and took the silver he handed over. He slowly walked out of the clothing store, mixed into the crowd, and continued to move in the direction of Yangzhou City. Even though the vegetation in this world was dense and there were vast forests between the cities, making it easy for people to get lost in the forest, Ito asked passers-by to confirm the direction. After a few days, he smoothly arrived in front of the most prosperous city in this world, Yangzhou City. What a strict inspection! Could it be that I came at the right time for the start of the plot? Ito thought as he slowly walked toward the Yangzhou City gate filled with merchants and farmers waiting to be inspected. Thinking of this, Ito, who had already arrived in front of the gate, directly released his mental energy and formed a large area illusion around him. In everyone's eyes, it was as if he was transparent. He was like a fish swimming through the gaps between the merchants, farmers, and guards. A citywide search has already begun. After a while, he saw two groups of soldiers searching the street. Ito confirmed, "If that's the case, let's go to the dark pool next to the east gate and wait for them." After thinking, Ito turned around and walked toward the east gate of Yangzhou City. The so-called East Gate Dark Channel was a large channel used to transport the city's filth and garbage. It originally existed as Yangzhou City's drainage system, but because the surrounding residents had piled up filth for many years, it became an extremely filthy channel. It was a rotten and smelly channel. Itose, who was still far away, already smelled the nauseating stench, knitted his brows and immediately stopped his steps. Using his telekinesis, he formed an air barrier under his nose, and then he flashed to the side of a tall tree and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the real protagonists of this world, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling. Ito did not have to wait for too long. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, when it was almost 2 o'clock, the two of them were about 14 or 15 years old. But in this era, the ragged teenager, who could be considered an adult, ran out of an alley with a sneaky expression. After making sure that there was no one around, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the smelly channel with a determined look on his face. He quickly swam out of the city. Ito, who had successfully used his mental energy to lock onto the two people, smiled faintly. He stood up from the tree branch and jumped to the side of the city wall. In just a few jumps, he arrived at the top of the city wall. He flipped over the city wall and landed lightly on the ground. Then, he leisurely chased after the two dragons, who were still hiding under the dark channel, toward the forest in the distance. A moment later, the two dragons came to a small stream. They put down the things wrapped in oiled paper in their hands on a protruding rock beside them. They took off their clothes without any warning and jumped into the stream beside them. Their expressions were cheerful as they washed up. But the two of them did not notice that on the other side of the stream, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a bamboo hat and snow-white clothes was standing there. The beautiful woman who appeared first, Fu Junzuo, Ito, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the woman in white not far away with interest. He thought to himself, "Let me see what kind of beauty that enchanted Song Sherdao is like." What happened next was the same as the original. Fu Junzuo used force to pressure him and asked him why there was a sudden change in Yangzhou City, causing the city gates to close and the soldiers to lock the street. The two dragons answered with a mouth full of nonsense, casually making up a reason to temporarily fool Fu Junzuo. Ito, who only paid attention to this, lowered his head and thought about how he should deal with the two dragons, who were the children of destiny of this world. Should I kill them? Or should I just let them be? Or should I just trick them into being my subordinates and help me usurp the sovereignty of this world? Ito thought to himself, "It's easy to kill them. The direct benefit is a huge amount of the world's power, but the disadvantage is that the changes in the world itself are too uncertain. I have to choose a new child of destiny. Or should I just throw all the favor to that Guile Shimon and let him complete the dragon transformation faster? It's hard to say. If I just let them be, although I won't get much of the world's power, I can still make a lot of money by following them to destroy the plot. The disadvantages are also relatively less. As for keeping them by my side, these two guys are still uncertain. They haven't reached the tolerance and courage they had when they were in the young commander's army. They need time to cultivate, but there are more variables, so it's not easy to choose. Ito thought silently between the three choices. Forget it, I'll let them be for a while. It won't be too late to deal with them after I've settled things here. When Fu Junzuo was about to finish her question, Ito decided to let the two dragons be for the time being. But the art of long life is a good thing. I should get it and study it. Then, Ito chuckled. Then, he flashed out and appeared in front of Fu Junzuo and the two dragons, whose aura was thin. Who are you? Fu Junzuo asked in a delicate voice. I'm a wanderer. Ito laughed strangely and sized up Fu Junzuo with a gaze that seemed to be able to see through her clothes. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the art of long life, which had just returned to Ko Zhong and Su Xiling's hands, immediately flew into Ito's hand, and he gently pinched it. Looking at Itosei's method of controlling qi, Fu Junzuo, whose face was hidden behind the veil on the edge of the bamboo hat, narrowed his eyes and his heart couldn't help but sink. An expert. My book. Su Xiling cried out. You two sure have good luck. You even managed to get your hands on one of the 4 great secret records, the art of long life. As expected, your luck is profound. Ito took off the oiled paper wrapped around the art of long life. He fiddled with the thin book, which seemed to be made of gold, wood, and silk. 4 great secret records? Ko Zhong, who was naturally bold, asked curiously. When she heard Ko Zhong's question, Fu Junzuo, who was on guard all over, quietly perked up her ears and listened attentively. The Taoist art of long life, the demonic sect's secret book of heavenly demon, the compassionate Xing Jing Zhai's sword manual, and the war god catalog hidden in an unknown space in the desert beyond the Great Wall. If you learn any one of these 4 books, you will have a chance to break through the void and reach Heaven Realm, Ito said faintly while flipping through the art of long life in his hand. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Junzuo snorted coldly. Clearly, as the disciple of Fu Kailan, one of the 3 great grandmasters, he scoffed at the 4 great secret records and the theory that one could break through the void by learning them. Of course, this is only if the person who learns them is outstanding enough and doesn't get the incomplete version. Ito looked up at Fu Junzuo with a faint smile and continued, due to the different philosophies of the demonic sect, the Book of Heavenly Demon has been scattered into many volumes. Aside from being able to cultivate superclass or even grandmaster experts, there is basically no hope of breaking through the void. But there are exceptions. The Dao Heart Sea Demon Great Technique is a martial art manual that still exists, and some people have already mastered it and broken through the void. The sword manual is just a trick. It's fine if you don't learn it. Although the War God catalog is complete and has the miraculous ability to help people break through the void, because it is hidden in the outer space, you can't find it without great luck, so it can be eliminated. There is only the art of long life. As long as you learn it well, breaking through the void is not an illusion. Ito said as he closed the art of long life in his hand. The art of long life had a total of 7 pictures. If it weren't for Ito wanting to see the oracle bone inscriptions inside, Ito would have been able to see through it in less than a minute. So this is the art of long life. Ito suddenly understood after reading the art of long life. The so-called art of long life was summarized by the legendary Guang Qingzi. It could allow one to connect with the essence of heaven and earth and open the 7 keys to the treasury in one's body without being limited by one's aptitude. They were respectively described by the Taoist concept of yin, yang, and five elements. According to the original situation of the twin dragons' cultivation, it was clearly the water element and the fire element. Doesn't that mean that as long as the two of us practice the martial arts in the book, we can immediately become great experts? Ko Zhong asked excitedly. Humph, which martial artist didn't start building the foundation from a young age to have any achievements? If you start practicing martial arts at your age, without great luck, you can only be a third-rate martial artist for the rest of your life, or even not enter the mainstream, Fu Junzuo sneered. That's why I said they have great luck. Seito looked at Fu Junzuo and laughed strangely. Chapter 12-15. The eyes of Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who were originally disappointed by Fu Junzuo's words, immediately lit up, and they looked at Seito with hopeful expressions. Your opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Can't say. Seito, who had secretly left a flying thunder god imprint on the secret of longevity, casually threw the secret of longevity back to Ko Zhong and shook his head mysteriously. Ai Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who had reached out to catch the secret of longevity, looked at each other and sighed in unison. Miss, would you mind accompanying me? Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Fu Junzuo. We don't know each other. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Fu Junzuo coldly said. Why bother? Seito sighed and shook his head. Then he took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Fu Junzuo. He waved his hand and struck down at Fu Junzuo's neck. Sensing the attack from behind, Fu Junzuo tapped her foot and quickly leaped out like a white rainbow. She turned around in midair and slashed her sword at Seito, sending out waves of biting cold sword chi. Sure enough, the senses of the martial artists in the twin dragon world of the Great Tang are very strong. Even if their level is lower, they can still exchange a move or two with others through this kind of perception, Seito thought to himself after his palm missed. However, even though he thought so, his movements didn't stop at all. He still used a wandering footwork that combined instant movement and appeared behind Fu Junzuo, who had yet to land on the ground and had nowhere to borrow strength. Both of his hands reached out and slapped Fu Junzuo's body with a pa sound. Fu Junzuo's body immediately flipped over and landed on the edge of the shore. Then, without looking back, she turned into a white rainbow and fled into the distance. This time, Seito did not launch another attack. You can't escape from the palm of my hand, Seito said with a chuckle as he watched Fu Junzuo disappear into the distance. Later, Itose glanced at Xuanglong, who was stunned by the short fight between the two men. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of the two men like a ghost. He returned to Yangzhou City, which had been under martial law. Ling Xiao hit me, Ko Zhong said blankly. What are you doing? Su Xiling asked, baffled. Don't talk nonsense, just hit me. Let me make sure that this is not a dream. Ko Zhong impatiently urged. Seeing this, Su Xiling was not polite either. He waved his hand and ruthlessly slapped Ko Zhong's bare back, creating a crisp pa sound. My goodness, Ling Xiao, do I have any enmity with you? Why are you so ruthless? Ko Zhong let out a strange cry and pretended to be wronged. All right, stop messing around. Let's hurry back and take a look. Su Xiling rolled his eyes at Ko Zhong. All right. Ko Zhong agreed. He immediately climbed out of the stream with Su Xiling, picked up the unlined clothes that were half wet from the sun, and put them back on. Then they carefully rushed back to Yangzhou City. I don't know if that strange guy was telling the truth. Along the way, Ko Zhong touched the secret to long life in his bosom, which was once again wrapped up in oiled paper, and muttered to himself. On the other side, Seito, who had used a wide-range illusion technique, once again entered Yangzhou City. He walked straight toward the South Gate Market Street. There are still at least 3 months before Yang Guang moves to Yangzhou. Instead of waiting here, I might as well go directly to Chang'an to see the emperor. Saito thought as he followed the flow of people and walked step by step toward the South City. But the only thing worth worrying about is Yang Guang's mental state. Is he like in the manga where he has peerless martial arts? His mental state is very condensed. At this moment, an alluring fragrance came, interrupting Saito's contemplation and attracting his attention. We're here. Saito thought as he looked at the small steamed bun shop in front of the entrance and the beautiful woman selling steamed buns in front of the shop. Immediately, Saito stepped forward and entered the steamed bun shop. Gongzi, what do you want? The beautiful woman, Zhen Sa, who was even a waitress, walked lightly to Saito's side and asked in a soft voice. If you want Xiaonyang, would you be able to satisfy me? Saito looked up and down at Zhen Sa. She wore a white headscarf that tied her long black hair behind her head, was wearing a plain-colored gauze gown, and a pair of faded pink embroidered shoes. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were black and bright. Although her appearance could not be said to be the best, she gave people a very comfortable and pleasant feeling. Just like a playboy, Zhen Sa teased him. Gongzi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Although Zhen Sa was often teased by coarse men, this was the first time she was teased by a handsome young master like Saito. Her face turned red as she carefully looked at the kitchen and said softly, I am not joking. Saito suddenly grabbed Zhen Sa's slightly calloused hand and played with it. While saying this, he looked at her with a wicked smile. Zhen Sa did not appear much in Tang Dynasty and only appeared a few times. However, she was indeed a pitiful character. Thus, with the intention of helping people escape from the sea of suffering and earning the power of the world, Saito took the initiative to go to the Feng family's steamed bun shop and planned to use some means to bring Zhen Sa out. Of course, there was also a desire for beauty. Otherwise, why would he look for Zhen Sa when there were so many people suffering in the world? However, Saito had already understood his nature. He was no longer the kind of person who would take a liking to a woman's body. However, if Zhen Sa was willing, Saito would not be so stupid as to refuse. Gongzi, don't be like this. Although Zhen Sa realized that she was being molested, she was still afraid that Saito would be beaten up by Old Feng's temper. She had a pleading look on her face. This is not up to you to decide. Saito slightly pulled Zhen Sa into his embrace. He sniffed the faint fragrance of her body that was hidden under the thick smell of steamed buns and whispered in her ear. At this moment, because the movement was too big, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the steamed bun shop. Sure enough, he is a source of calamity. A certain guest laughed bitterly while eating a steamed bun. He looked at Ito Sei and Aunt Zhen in his arms with a gloating expression and shook his head. This brat is going to be unlucky. Another customer who was waiting for Zhen Sa to sell steamed buns said with a smile. It can't be. This Gongzi has an extraordinary temperament. Old Feng, that donkey, won't really do something to him. Another customer who heard the conversation between the two said with hesitation. It's not like you don't know Old Feng. He is a stubborn guy. If he really makes up his mind, even if the heavens came, it would be useless. Just wait for a good show. The person who spoke before said. Discussions like these immediately rang out in the steamed bun shop. Which bastard did something to a Zhen? Your father will kill him. Soon, a skinny and ugly old man with a white apron tied around his waist rushed out of the kitchen with a thick rolling pin in his hand. He had an angry expression on his face as he quickly patrolled the steamed bun shop and yelled, Hey! 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 Behind him, a fat woman with a broad body and an unfriendly face followed closely behind. Brat, quickly let go of a Zhen. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. Finally, Old Feng's eyes fell on Saito, who was still holding on to Zhen Sa. He curled his lips and spat on the ground. Old man, I want her. Name a price. Sei Ito didn't care about Old Feng's threat and said softly, "Not for sale." Old Feng simply refused. "Really not for sale?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, "Not for sale, not for sale, not for sale." Old Feng said impatiently, "Well, in that case, don't blame me for being impolite." Sei Ito sneered and waved his hand. The table behind him was immediately grabbed by an invisible hand and flew past Old Feng's ear with a whoosh sound. It heavily hit the kitchen door and shattered into a pile of debris. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked and subconsciously moved away. They were afraid of being hurt by Sei Ito's attack. Old Feng, who thought he was going to die, turned pale. But he still stubbornly stared at Sei Ito and refused to let go. "Fat woman, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself." Then, Ito-sei looked at the fat woman on the side and sneered. Then he stretched out his hand again, and the fragments of the table that were scattered on the ground immediately flew up. The fat woman's face turned pale, and the fragments hit her left leg bone fiercely, causing it to break with a soft "kacha" sound. Ah! The fat woman, who had never suffered such a great punishment, immediately fell to the ground and let out a miserable howl. "If you don't want to suffer anymore, ask Old Feng to hand over Zhenzhen's slave contract." Ito-sei sent his voice directly into the fat woman's ear. Then, he used his telekinesis to grab a piece of debris and flew it to the fat woman's side, aiming it at her other leg. "Damn you, Old Feng, do you really want me to die? Hurry up and hand over that bitch's slave contract." The fat woman was really scared and shouted herself hoarse. Old Feng, who was usually afraid of fat women, didn't know where his courage came from. He gritted his teeth and ignored the fat woman's shouts. Seeing this, Itomori was even more direct. He controlled the broken wooden planks to hit the fat woman's calf, breaking her other leg from the middle. "Ah!" The fat woman screamed even more miserably than last time. "Old bastard, if you don't ask that bitch to hand over her slave contract, I will bite you to death." After a while, the fat woman recovered and looked at Old Feng fiercely. Old Feng hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. Ito-sei didn't talk nonsense. He continued to whip the fat woman with broken pieces of wood. In order to prevent the woman from fainting from the pain, he stimulated her spirit from time to time, forcing her to stay in this state. In this way, after 4 or 5 strikes, Old Feng reluctantly handed over Aunt Zhen's slave contract. "Why didn't you do this earlier?" Ito-sei casually took over the slave contract and handed it to Aunt Zhen, who was standing on the side. Then he took out a small golden bean and threw it in front of Old Feng. He stood up and pulled Wei Zhenzhen, who was in a trance, out of the bun shop. "That golden bean is the money for your treatment. Take it or leave it," he said in a low voice. Chapter 12:16. Gongzi. Wei Zhenzhen, who had walked a long way with Ito-sei in a trance, finally recovered from what had happened suddenly. She looked at Ito-sei's side face with a complicated expression and whispered softly, Sei Ito turned his head and looked at her with a smile. "Gongzi, what do you plan to do with me?" Wei Zhenzhen hesitated for a moment before asking. "I've never thought about it. Do whatever you think is appropriate." Sei Ito replied indifferently. Wei Zhenzhen looked at Sei Ito in shock, not knowing what to say. "Since I've already given you the indenture, you can do whatever you want," Sei Ito continued. Wei Zhenzhen looked down at the indenture in her hand that was soaked with sweat. She didn't know whether it was gratitude or confusion. She fell into a daze again. She didn't ask where they were going and just let Sei Ito lead her. After a while, Sei Ito and Wei Zhenzhen arrived at a decent-sized inn and walked in. "Hello guests, are you here for a meal or a room?" A sharp-eyed waiter quickly walked in front of the two and asked with a smile. "A meal or a room?" Itomori casually threw a piece of broken silver and said, "Give me a good room, prepare hot water, and then choose a few side dishes and send them to my room." Then, he threw another piece of silver and pointed at Wei Zhenzhen, who had calmed down a little. Also, go to a clothing store and pick out a set of clean clothes for her. Okay. Secretly grasping the silver in his hand, the waiter knew that he would be able to make a small profit this time. Then, he enthusiastically led the two of them out of the hall and into the back room. They climbed up the stairs until they finally stopped in a clean room facing south. Guests, please wait a moment. I'll bring you hot water and food immediately. The waiter greeted. Okay, go ahead. Seito nodded and walked inside. He replied casually. If I'm not wrong, Fu Junzuo should have reunited with the twin dragons by now, Seito thought as he walked to the window and looked at the dusky sky. It had to be said that the service of the ancient inn was very good. After a while, the food that Seito requested was delivered. The aroma of natural ingredients wafted through his nose. Seito beckoned Wei Jinjin, who was still silent, to the table and began to eat slowly. Then, before they finished eating, the waiter brought hot water and a set of women's clothes over. Please take your time. If there's anything you need, just call me, the waiter said flatteringly. Then, he slowly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Young master, let me serve you. Just as Seito was about to turn around to check on the bathtub, Wei Jinjin, who had begun to get into character, whispered with a red face. Have you thought it through? Seito stopped and looked at Wei Jinjin as he asked softly. Yes. Wei Jinjin raised her head and softly replied with a firm expression. It was clear that she had thought it through. Speaking of which, ordinary women in this era were also pitiful. Those who were good-looking had a cruel fate, and those who were ugly did not have a good ending. Even if they were to live in a small mountain village with their husband, they would still be robbed and burned by bandits one day. It was unknown whether they could survive or not. It was really a portrayal of people who would rather be a dog in a prosperous age than a person in a chaotic age. Therefore, although she did not know what was going on outside, Wei Jinjin, who knew that she would not be able to live long without Seito, wisely placed herself in the right position. Following such a young master, I hope it's my fortune, Wei Jinjin thought to herself as she looked at Seito, who had a very handsome face and a unique temperament. All right then. Seito smiled and continued to walk towards the bathtub. Wei Jinjin didn't hesitate and followed him step by step. When she arrived at the bathtub, she was stunned. When she reached the bathtub, she stepped behind Seito and helped Seito take off his clothes. In this way, with the help of Wei Jinjin's hand, Ito-sei quickly stood naked in front of the other party. Looking at Seito's body that did not have a single trace of excess flesh, and the hanging biological weapon, Wei Jinjin's cheeks once again turned red. Come in and take a bath with me. Seito stepped into the bathtub and looked at Wei Jinjin, who was looking down at the corner. Yes, young master. Wei Jinjin hesitated for a moment, then bit her lips and agreed in a low voice. Then, she raised her hand and undid the belt around her waist. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing a red bellyband with a lotus pattern on the sleeves and a pair of white and tender arms. Then, Wei Jinjin, whose face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out, bent down and took off her skirt and the red bellyband. Her hands covered an embarrassing part of her body as she lowered her head and sat in the large wooden bathtub. Help me wash my body. Seito put his arms on the sides of the bathtub and smiled at Wei Jinjin. Wei Jinjin's heart was beating fast. She slowly moved to Seito's chest and used a linen towel to wipe Seito's body. This cleaning was very intimate and gave them a clear understanding of each other's body. Young master, please take pity on me. After a while, Wei Jinjin, who was under Seito's body, turned her head and said in a low voice with a red face, I will let you experience new joy and happiness. Seito said softly. Then, he gently moved his body and stabbed the biological weapon into Wei Jinjin's secret realm. Wei Jinjin suddenly felt a strange feeling and her breathing stopped. She bit her lower lip with her teeth to prevent herself from making shameful noises that were considered dirty by the people of this era. Don't hold it in, Seito said softly as he nibbled on Wei Jinjin's earlobe. However, this kind of thing couldn't be changed in a short period of time. Therefore, although she heard Seito's words, Wei Jinjin still subconsciously bit her lips to prevent herself from making shameful noises. However, this persistence was quickly broken by Seito's attack. She let out soft moans with a dazed expression, stimulating the fire in Seito's heart. Creak, 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 pa 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 pa, After an unknown amount of time, Seito, who was in the middle of plowing, suddenly paused. A glint flashed through his eyes. Fu Junzuo and Yuan Huaji have already fought. Then, not long after, they should encounter the Song household fleet and die. Seito thought to himself as he began to move again. The reason why he was certain that Fu Junzuo was fighting with someone was because of the 2 palms that Seito had struck her body. Although those 2 palms didn't contain any strength or inner chi damage, there was a flying thunder god art imprint and a mental sensing imprint in the center of his palms. Not only did it allow him to vaguely sense Fu Junzuo's state at the time, it also allowed him to appear beside her when he felt the need to do something. Young master, Zhenjin can't take it anymore. Please spare Zhenjin. Zhenjin's voice was soft and intermittent. Then what should I do? Seito stopped as he was told. Then, he pretended to be wronged as he looked at Wei Zhenjin, who was panting and blushing. Then, young master, please continue. Zhenjin can endure it. Wei Zhenjin hesitated for a moment before she said with determination, Forget it. I don't want to hurt you. Seito shook his head and said, How about this, you? Then, Seito rolled his eyes and whispered in Wei Zhenjin's ear. The more Wei Zhenjin listened, the redder her face became. The more she listened, the more embarrassed she became. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded imperceptibly and agreed. Seeing this, Seito chuckled and lay down on the bed. Wei Zhenjin panted quietly for a moment. After she recovered some strength, she got up and moved her upper body to Seito's waist. She raised her hand to tuck her loose hair behind her ear. Then, she slightly opened her mouth and bent down to suck Seito's erect thigh into her mouth. After an unknown amount of time, when Wei Zhenjin's movements became more familiar with the current situation, Seito suddenly got up and grabbed Wei Zhenjin's body. While she was still in shock, he stabbed the biological weapon back into her secret realm and released the powerful energy contained in the weapon. And Wei Zhenjin, who felt the warmth in her stomach, subconsciously let out a soft moan. Zhenjin, concentrate. Adjust your breathing according to the things that appear in your mind, Seito said in a low voice. Although she didn't know what Seito's words meant, Wei Zhenjin still concentrated and tried hard to recall something. Following that, a large paragraph of text and a human figure with a red arrow appeared in her mind, as if it had existed in the first place. Wei Zhenjin absorbed it and subconsciously followed the content on it. Under the power of the knowledge imparted by the text, the energy that was injected into Wei Zhenjin's body immediately dispersed. It turned into pure life energy that flowed up Wei Zhenjin's spine, which was the governing meridian. It passed through her back, neck, and the jade door behind her head. Then, it turned into the 12-layered building at her throat and went down along the conception meridian into the entrance, turning into a ball of energy that belonged to Wei Zhenjin. Then, this ball of energy flowed out of the entrance and into Seito's body through the connection with Seito's body. It was converted by Seito and then sent back into Wei Zhenjin's body. This cycle repeated for who knows how many times. Obviously, Seito was using the dual cultivation method in his hands to teach Wei Zhenjin. However, Wei Zhenjin was an ordinary woman after all, so this cultivation was basically helping Wei Zhenjin refine the energy that was injected into her body. It wouldn't gain any benefits from her. If there was any benefit, it would probably be the part of the innate primordial yin that still existed in Wei Zhenjin's body. After a long while, Seito and Wei Zhenjin both lay back on the bed and fell asleep in each other's arms. Speaking of which, it seems that the demon sect's true teachings and Laojun Temple also have some good things. Before going to bed, Sei Ito gently played with Wei Jinjin's chest. Chapter 12-17. P.S. Thanks to Silvermoon Blue Lotus, Instant Potato, Soul Fast, NXCX, Always Late, One Side Lullicon, and Malicious Section Blade, for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfanny for their tip. Creak, creak. On the dusty official road, a strange-looking double-pulled carriage was moving forward at a high speed. Gongzi, where are we going? Inside the carriage, Wei Jinjin, who was gently massaging Sei Ito, who was resting on her thigh with his eyes closed, asked with a puzzled expression. Chang'an. Sei Ito, whose eyes were slightly closed, said indifferently. Wei Jinjin whispered. Soon after, the carriage regained its tranquility, allowing the two tall horses with glossy black fur to pull the carriage into the distance. However, unlike the carriages of this era, the carriage modified by Sei Ito was not only very comfortable, but also did not have the strong vibration characteristic of the carriages of this era. Moreover, the space inside the carriage was also very large, more than 30 square meters. There were carpets, short tables, fruit plates, wine sets, and other living utensils. It was comparable to a small residence, making Wei Jinjin, who saw it for the first time, really amazed. If even the carriage was so extraordinary, then the two horses used to pull the carriage were naturally not simple. Not only were they from the excellent bloodline of the magic cube world, but they were also strengthened by Ito Seiji's ability. The iron hooves of the four hooves and the chewing mask on their heads and faces were all engraved with complicated patterns. A dark light flashed from the surface from time to time, indicating that they were extraordinary. That's right, these hooves and masks all had corresponding magic arrays. It could make the horses run faster, consume less physical strength, and also make the horses not be afraid of the aura of an expert, creating a situation where the horses and carriages were thrown into chaos. At this time, the two dragons should have entered the North Slope County, and started to eat and drink. Then Yuan Huaji's troops would arrive, and Fu Junzuo would appear again to take the two away, and start to truly unlock the fate of the two people, and become the child of destiny. Sei Ito thought to himself as he lay on Wei Jinjin's thighs, feeling the warmth and softness under his head. Sei Ito wasn't interested in joining in the fun for the time being. He continued to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the car hurrying along, waiting for a certain moment to arrive. That was it. Although Fu Junzuo and the others had set off from Yangzhou half a day later, they were still able to reach Liang City before them. Pulling the two black horses that had been modified to be even more famous than the famous colts, Fu Junzuo and the others were able to reach Liang City first. As soon as they entered the city, Sei Ito's car attracted a lot of attention. They were guessing which family's young master had come here. Prepare a room with a sharp tip for me. Make a few good dishes. If you feed the horses with premium feed, you will benefit greatly. Sei Ito, who was casually holding Wei Jinjin's hand as they got out of a carriage parked in front of an inn, ordered the waiter, who eagerly ran to the side of the carriage to hold the reins. Yes, young master. The waiter hurriedly replied. Then he turned his head and shouted into the inn, one of the best rooms, prepare the dishes. Yes. Another voice echoed in the inn. We will stay here for the day. If there is nothing else, we will continue our journey tomorrow. Sei Ito said as he led Wei Jinjin into the inn and followed another waiter to the guest room in the backyard. I will follow young master's orders. Wei Jinjin replied softly. Sei Ito nodded slightly and led Wei Jinjin into the guest room. After eating the carefully prepared dinner of the inn, they rested. At this moment, Sei Ito frowned slightly and let out a low groan. What is it, young master? Wei Jinjin asked with concern. It seems that I will have to go out for a while. Sei Ito sighed softly and stood up. With a wave of his hand, he set up a restriction formed by the combination of the origin chi of heaven and earth in the room of the inn. If there is nothing else, don't leave the room. I will be back soon. Seito looked at Wei Zhenzhen and said, I understand, young master. Wei Zhenzhen nodded with a serious expression. Seito didn't say anything else. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room and before Wei Zhenzhen's eyes. Wei Zhenzhen subconsciously covered her mouth and exclaimed when she saw Seito suddenly disappear from her sight. At the same time, she couldn't help but think to herself, is young master an immortal? Yes, he must be an immortal. Otherwise, why would there be so many strange things and delicious food? Wei Zhenzhen was even more certain when she recalled the various exaggerated things she had seen today. Zhenzhen, you seem to have hit the jackpot. Wei Zhenzhen, whose cheeks were slightly red, muttered softly when she thought of the intimate relationship she had with Seito that day. On the other side, Seito, who had used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the inn, instantly appeared in a forest. He turned his head and looked at Fu Junzuo, Ko Zhong, and Su Xiling, who happened to be rushing past him. 30 to 40 meters away from the three of them, the image of a tall and sturdy man, who was emitting an icy aura, quickly caught up to Seito. This was the scene where Fu Junzuo endured his injuries and escaped with the two dragons until he finally died. Seito raised his right hand slightly and bent his fingers to shoot out pieces of gravel. They were like flying bullets, shooting toward the tall and sturdy man, who was emitting an icy aura. Then, without even looking at the result, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and followed behind Fu Junzuo and the others, who were using Qinggong like a ghost. A moment later, Fu Junzuo, who had exhausted his last breath of internal qi, finally stopped in a small valley with the two dragons. At the same time, Seito also stopped on a branch of a big tree at the side of the valley, overlooking the three people in the valley from a distance. Mother, you are injured. In the valley, the two dragons, who had found that Fu Junzuo's complexion was not good, quickly rushed to her side and asked with an anxious and worried face. My two good children, listen carefully. Yuan Huaji has been seriously injured and must be treated immediately. He won't be able to recover without a year and a half. Therefore, Mother saved you in the end. Fu Junzuo's face was filled with a gentle smile. She reached out and held the two's shoulders, pulling them into her arms without any precaution against men and women. She let their heads and faces lean on her shoulders and chest, and said softly with tenderness, Mother, why haven't you treated your injuries yet? The two dragons looked up and said anxiously, Mother also wished that she could spend more time to cultivate you, to see you get married and have children. I never thought that Mother, who has always hated Han people, would forget the national enmity and family hatred when I see you, and would willingly recognize you as my children. Fu Junzuo shook her head and said with a mournful face, Just now Mother risked her life to stab Yuan Huaji with a sword. But he also punched me with all his strength. His mysterious ice energy was indeed worthy of its reputation, and Yuan Huaji was the most outstanding martial art master in his family, second only to Yuan Shang. Mother's life is gone. Even if Shi Fu came in person, he would not be able to save me. After Mother's death, you can bury me here. Mother likes to be alone. Later on you don't have to come to pay your respects. After listening to Fu Junzuo's story, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, two boys, could no longer bear the grief in their hearts. They burst into tears and howled. This time Mother traveled a long way from Gaoli to come here. Who would have thought that the martial art masters in his palace are as numerous as the clouds? Both times he could only rely on his lightness skill to escape. Thereupon he changed his plan to reveal the treasures he obtained from the Duke Yang's treasure trove to Jianghu, so that when you men were killing each other, you would coincidentally come across you guys. Knowing that she was going to die, Fu Junzuo was very calm and composed as she narrated her purpose in coming here, as well as what happened afterwards. Right now the two boys were only thinking about Fu Junzuo's life and death. How could they have the heart to care about the Duke Yang's treasure, which had nothing to do with them at all? Therefore, their faces did not even show the least bit of interest. I went to Yangzhou to look for Shilong. It was precisely because the informant we placed by Yuan Huaji's side knew that Yang Guang sent him to look for Shilong that I went to investigate. Thereupon I came across my two darlings. Fu Junzuo revealed a tender expression as she gently stroked the two dragons' cheeks and continued. All right, mother can't hold on any longer. I originally had a lot of things to say, but when I thought about how fate makes fools of people, it's as if I didn't say anything. I don't know if people are particularly well informed before they die, but mother suddenly feels that both of my sons will be extraordinary people in the future. You must not disappoint mother. Mother, how could you abandon us like this? The two dragons cried out mournfully. The treasure is at the capital's Yuma Bridge. Fu Junzuo seemed to have regained consciousness before she cried out loudly. However, in the next moment, her voice suddenly stopped, and she lost all signs of life. However, right at that moment, Sei Ito used a large-scale illusory technique to confuse the two dragons, who were in a weakened state. He carried a fake Fu Junzuo's corpse that had just been made out of wood and appeared beside the real Fu Junzuo. Then, he used the pure life force extracted from his right to life to infuse it into Fu Junzuo's body, who was not completely dead in Sei Ito's eyes and still had some hope of being saved. Then, he used the fake corpse to replace the real Fu Junzuo and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the inn in Liang. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear, Wei Zhenjin, who was originally sitting on the bed and waiting, quickly got up and called out, "Young master." Sei Ito nodded and bent over to place Fu Junzuo's half-dead body on the bed. Then, he began to really save her. First of all, Ito Sei used his powerful strength and various abilities to extract Yuan Huaji's mysterious ice force genuine qi from Fu Junzuo's body, which had already become empty like the wild, out of Fu Junzuo's body. "I'll give it to you," Sei Ito said as he handed the mysterious ice energy Zhen qi that he had condensed into an ice rose to Wei Zhenjin. "So beautiful!" Wei Zhenjin softly exclaimed as she took the ice rose that was emitting faint mysterious qi but did not feel cold when touched. Sei Ito faintly smiled and retracted his gaze. Then, he turned his gaze back to Fu Junzuo who was lying on the bed. Then, he pressed his palm on her chest's Tanzhong point and used his own strength to warm her meridians and help Fu Junzuo deal with the injuries in her body. Under the nourishment of Sei Ito's high-quality strength, Fu Junzuo's body completely recovered in less than half an hour. "I'm not a good person." Looking at Fu Junzuo who was lying on the bed with a rosy complexion, Sei Ito secretly laughed. He reached out and pressed his hand on her forehead. He launched his spiritual sensing ability to invade the core of Fu Junzuo's consciousness. Taking advantage of the time when Fu Junzuo thought she was dead and curled up her will to the core, he carried out a deep level of hypnosis and brainwashing on her. Because she believed she was dead, even though Fu Junzuo's spiritual realm was not low because she practiced the Nine Mysteries technique, she still didn't resist at all. Therefore, after Sei Ito spent about half an hour or so, except for the core consciousness that was finally condensed into a point, Fu Junzuo's emotions had completely changed. She could be considered to have temporarily become Sei Ito's subordinate. The reason why it was said to be temporary was because the seed was still planted in the core consciousness. However, this kind of thing was not urgent. In this situation where the external environment was changed, as long as the core consciousness was activated, Sei Ito could complete the modification in the shortest time under the influence of the external environment. Immediately, Sei Ito began to awaken Fu Junzuo's core consciousness. Fu Junzuo, Fu Junzuo, Fu Junzuo, male, female, old, young, kind, angry, ethereal, and illusory voices began to appear around Fu Junzuo, who was curled up like a baby, lying in a small ball of light and sleeping peacefully, calling her name. "Who is it?" Fu Junzuo's eyelids moved slightly as she whispered softly. "Fu Junzuo." The voices did not answer, but continued to call her name. "Who's calling me?" Fu Junzuo opened his eyes slightly and sat up with a dazed expression. He looked up at the void that was pitch black except for the light around him, and murmured. In the next moment, as the core of Fu Junzuo's consciousness awakened, a large number of memory fragments connected one by one into several long strips that resembled movie tape. They twisted and flew out of the pitch-black void, surging into the defenseless Fu Junzuo's spiritual body, helping her to figure out her own existence. Seizing this opportunity, the scattered seeds that Ito Seijin left in Fu Junzuo's memory fragments also surged into Fu Junzuo's spiritual core along with the fragment. They attracted each other and merged into a dark spiritual seed, deeply rooted in the core of Fu Junzuo's consciousness, and began the final erosion on her. After some time, in an inn in Liang City of the Great Tang, Fu Junzuo's eyelids trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. "My lord." After the initial confusion, Fu Junzuo immediately turned over and got down on one knee on the bed. She lowered her head to Sei Ito and performed the etiquette of meeting a sovereign. "Yes." Sei Ito nodded slightly in response. "Zhenjin, go inform the waiter and tell them to prepare a bath for 3 people. Sei Ito then turned to Wei Zhenjin and said, "Yes, young master." Wei Zhenjin quickly replied, then turned and walked to the door of the room. She opened the door and passed on Sei Ito's order to the waiter. "Sit down and recover," Sei Ito said indifferently. "Yes," Fu Junzuo respectfully replied. She then sat cross-legged on the bed and assumed the posture of facing the sky. She then began to cultivate according to the essence of the 9 mysteries technique that Fu Cailin had taught her. On the side, Sei Ito also took the opportunity to release his spiritual force to check on Fu Junzuo's cultivation. Chapter 12-18. Please recommend, please collect, please buy tickets from Sanjiang. It's already past 14 o'clock. You can go collect them now. On the Sanjiang page. After 2 days of rest, the 2 of them had recovered to their peak condition. That night, the 2 of them had a simple meal and changed into black night clothes. They jumped out of the inn and quickly headed towards the Imperial City from the rooftop of a nearby building. The 2 of them weren't weak and had good concealment skills, so they carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers and successfully arrived at the base of the Imperial City. The Imperial City of Yuanda wasn't the Forbidden City of the future. It didn't have the red brick walls of the Forbidden City, and the entrance wasn't the Great Gate, but the location of the Chongwen Gate. The 2 of them found a wall that was slightly shorter than the rest of the group, and quickly threw out a flying rope with a 3-pronged head. Only a slight ding sound was heard as the flying lock was stuck in the brick of the short wall. Sei Ito stretched out his hand and felt that it was very sturdy. He then nodded to Yi and signaled her to go up first. Yi didn't hesitate and quickly grabbed the rope and stepped on the wall and quickly walked up step by step. Then Ito Mori also crawled for a while before grabbing the rope and climbing up. Yi was very fast. When Sei Ito was halfway up, she had already jumped over the short wall and quickly crouched down to guard the entrance to prevent patrolling soldiers from passing by. After a while, Sei Ito, dressed in black, also jumped over the short wall and put the rope into the space. The 2 of them left the high wall and sneaked into the Imperial City. The interior of the Imperial City was very large. Fortunately, most of the areas still retained the characteristics of the future. Sei Ito didn't have too much trouble finding them. The 2 of them first came to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After seeing that it was pitch black inside, they quickly turned around and walked towards the large group of buildings behind. On the way, Sei Ito grabbed a palace maid who was about to do something and brought her to a corner to threaten her. Then, she fearfully brought the 2 of them to the palace where the Emperor of Yuanda was staying. The palace maid was already slow to begin with, and in addition to her fear, she slowed down even more. After a long delay, she finally brought the two of them to an unnoticed corner not far from the palace where the Emperor of Deyuan was sleeping. She stopped and said with a trembling voice, "Two great heroes, there. Seito looked at the palace. Outside the palace, a large number of Mongolian soldiers were holding machetes and surrounding the palace. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the surroundings. At the same time, on the way to the tunnel leading to the palace, 3 groups of soldiers with spears patrolled the door from time to time. In the shadows, dozens of Mongolian archers aimed their bows at the road. As long as there was a slight abnormality, they would shoot and kill the person who came. Even a martial arts expert would die here if they weren't paying attention. Seito frowned and waved his hand to kill the palace maid who was leading the way. He said to Yi, "I feel that other than these ordinary soldiers, there are also martial arts experts lying in ambush." "That's right, I feel it too." Yi nodded and opened his dragon eye, concentrating on sensing the surroundings. After a moment, he pointed at several locations with a tired face and sweaty forehead and said, "Here, there, on the grass over there, on the roof of the main hall, there are ambushes." "That's right." With Ye's guidance, Seito also felt that there were slight differences in those spots. He then frowned and said to Yi, "This world is not your world. Don't use your dragon eye to forcefully sense the fragments of fate. It's very dangerous." "I know, but I don't want Acheng to be in danger." Yi smiled weakly at Seito. When Seito heard Ye's words, his heart trembled. He hugged Yi and said softly, "The danger isn't scary. As long as we can overcome it, it's fine. But if something happens to you, it will hurt me. So, don't use it in the future." "And I understand." Yi leaned his head against Seito's side and nodded happily. After a while, Yi had more or less recovered. Seito also found the empty spots of the 3 patrol teams. Seito briefly explained the action plan. Taking advantage of another empty spot, the 2 of them rushed to the hiding place of the archers and began to separate to clean up the hidden sentries. After all, the Zhao family was also involved in the ninja business in the past. They also have some inheritance of ninja technique. Not to mention, the Zhao family is the leader of the 12 clans. How can they not have some secret ninja techniques? So Ye's assassination skills are not bad. He quietly killed several archers in his position and changed to another place. On the other side, Seito's action was even simpler. Seito, who has learned the Haka assassination technique, was like a fish in water in the dark. He almost blatantly walked to the side of the archers and killed them before they could react. Then he used the same method to clean up the remaining archers. They also passed by a martial artist's hiding place, but because of the martial artist's instinct, it aroused the vigilance of the other party. Fortunately, Seito's action was fast and strange. He took the initiative to kill the other party before the other party could warn him. Because of this, the other party's warning was not successful, and the 2 of them were besieged. After this mess, Seito's action became more careful. He cleaned up all the archers without any exception. He made a gesture to Yi on the other side, and then each of them found a martial artist and rushed over. Seito learned the lesson of the martial artist just now. He restrained his mental state to the strongest state and used the special footwork of the Haka to get close to the other party. The moment the other party was awakened by Seito's killing intent, his hand blade pierced the other party's head like a watermelon, killing him. On the other side, Yi also used his dragon eyes to see the other party's next move, and killed the other party in one blow. At this point, 3 out of the 4 martial artists guarding the palace were dead, and the archers in the dark were all killed. The remaining soldiers were basically no longer a threat to Seito and Yi Qintang. Seito made a gesture to Yi to hide her there. He used his special footwork to rush to Yi side, and said to Yi, "In a while, throw me to the top of the palace. If the other party gives a warning, you will be in charge of restraining the soldiers. I will kill that person as soon as possible and directly enter the palace to capture Diyuan's emperor. As long as we find Diyuan's emperor, the rest will be easy." "Okay." Yi nodded. After that, Yi squatted down and stacked his hands together to form a foothold. Ito stepped on Yi's hands, and felt a huge force rising from his feet, wanting to throw him into the sky. Ito instantly exerted strength in his feet, and combined with the force of the throw, he jumped high up into the air. He jumped over the Mongolian soldiers below, jumped over the tall palace, and landed on the roof of the palace. Pata! A light sound came from under Ito's feet, and then there was a loud shout, "Who's there?" In an instant, no matter if it was the Mongolian soldiers below or the patrolling soldiers, they all gathered in front of the palace and looked up at the top of the palace. Just as all the soldiers were distracted, Yi immediately rushed out from his hiding place and blended into the crowd. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and with a wave of sword chi, he killed the soldiers around him. "Assassin!" One of the soldiers who came back to his senses shouted, and his shrill voice pierced through the night sky, spreading far and wide. Following that, the entire palace became noisy. At the top of the palace, Ito's face turned serious, and he immediately rushed towards the person who had come. The two of them clashed in midair, and the sound of "pa pa pa pa" rang out in the air. Following that, the two of them separated and landed on the side. "Who are you?" the martial artist on guard shouted. "You are a Han, and yet you are a dog for the Mongolians. Aren't you afraid of shaming your ancestors?" Ito ignored the other party's question and shouted back. The Diyuan dynasty is the rightful ruler of the world, and the Diyuan emperor is also the son of the true dragon. What's there to be ashamed of? The martial artist shouted in disdain at Ito's words, and it was unknown if he was trying to show his loyalty. "Humph, you are just deceiving yourself and others," Ito said and rushed forward again. The martial arts of the two of them were not weak, and as they fought, the shock waves caused the yellow tiles under their feet to shatter, revealing the luxurious palace underneath. A dim yellow light shone out from the palace, illuminating the guard opposite Ito. The guard was 8 feet tall, 190 centimeters, and wore a tight suit. He had a long head, thin eyes, and thin lip. With one look, one could tell that he was a harsh and merciless person. However, the person's hands were abnormally white, and his fingers were slender, making him look like a girl. "What kind of martial arts does this guy have?" Ito was a little surprised, and he did not know if this person had practiced martial arts or not. One had to know that every martial artist would leave behind their own characteristics when they practiced martial arts, and only when they had practiced to the point of returning to their original state would they be able to erase the traces and return to their natural state. However, the person opposite him did not have any traces on his body, and only his hands were a little strange. However, he did not know if it was because his martial arts had reached the level of perfection, or because his palm technique was strange. However, no matter what, Ito was already more careful. This change of mind only took a moment. The two of them continued to fight, and the shock waves gradually spread. Finally, the palace tiles under their feet could no longer support the two of them, and with a walala sound, they shattered into a pile of debris. The two of them also fell into the palace below. In the palace, a fat man with a Mongolian hairstyle, wearing white ancient underwear, was hiding behind a muscular naked woman, trembling and looking at the two of them in horror. Around him and the woman, a few Mongolian palace maids gathered in a corner, not daring to get close. "This is the true dragon son of heaven you were talking about? Don't you think it's too funny?" Ito said as he struck the guard with his palm. "Humph!" The guard's face flashed with a rare trace of awkwardness, and he coldly snorted and continued to fight. However, Sei Ito did not intend to be in a stalemate with the guard. He did not know how Yi was doing outside, so his current goal was to take down the Emperor first. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's hand moved, and a thunder palm was instantly released, and it collided with the opponent's white and tender palm. Crackle, bzzz, a bolt of lightning and frost appeared at the same time when the two of them clashed, making ear-piercing sounds. Chapter 12:19. Fu Junzuo saw this and called out in alarm, "My lord!" When she realized that Sei Ito had no intention of paying any attention to her, she clenched her teeth and rushed out of her hiding place. She tightly gripped her scabbard and warily followed Sei Ito into the palace. But what Fu Junzuo found strange was that the two of them had clearly appeared within the range of the patrolling imperial guards, so why did the guards not react at all? Sensing Fu Junzuo's surprise, Sei Ito turned and smiled at her, but he still did not explain. There was no need to guess. Sei Ito was using his psychic energy that could crush all of the Great Tang to create a large-scale illusion. Although these soldiers were clearly elites, their psychic energy was not very profound, making them think that Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo did not exist. Ignoring the surrounding imperial guards, the two of them swaggered into the palace where Yang Guang was sleeping. The interior of the palace was very large, more than 60 square meters. There were carved beams, painted pillars, blooming flowers, screens that could be considered works of art, tables and chairs made of Nanmu wood that would be sold for astronomical prices in the future, and exquisite porcelain. The entire palace was filled with extravagance. The two of them passed through a round door and arrived at a room with a bed for the emperor and his concubines to rest in. In an instant, several white and tangled bodies appeared before Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo. One of the men's bodies was wrapped around by 4 or 5 women, who were either wearing only a dudu or nothing at all. The two of them quickly caught sight of the man's body. "Fatuous ruler," Fu Junzuo cursed as she waved her arm. He pulled out his sword and was ready to kill. "Judging from your reaction, this person must be Yang Guang," Sei Ito said as he grabbed Fu Junzuo's arm to prevent her from ruining his plans. How should he put it? Yang Guang was quite good-looking. After all, he was a mixed-blood descendant of the Hu and Han. His face had both the charm of the Han people and the deep facial features of the Westerners. Coupled with his tall body, he gave off a strong sense of existence. "Yes, my lord. This man is the fatuous ruler, Yang Guang." Because of the spiritual seed in the core of his consciousness, Fu Junzuo, who was completely loyal to Ito-sei, kept his sword back into its sheath. He glared at Yang Guang, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Perhaps it was because the anger in Fu Junzuo's heart was too strong, causing her eyes to be unable to block the blazing flames of anger. Because of this, Yang Guang was alerted. Or perhaps Yang Guang was just like a comic book character. He practiced the 9 dragons art, which was secretly passed down by the royal family. He was once an earth-shattering expert. Even though his body had been hollowed out by wine and women for the past 7 or 8 years, his foundation was still there. Yang Guang, who was sleeping soundly with his concubine in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look in Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo's direction. "Who goes there?" Yang Guang stood up and shouted, wanting to call in the guards outside. However, Ito-sei had long been on guard against this move, so when he entered the palace with Fu Junzuo, he had set up a layer of prohibition in the palace to block out the sound that might be made when he was doing things later. Therefore, even though Yang Guang's loud shout contained Jinqi, and the sound was rolling, other than waking up a few beautiful concubines beside him, it didn't attract half a soldier. Seeing this, even if Yang Guang was stupid, he knew that something was wrong. Furthermore, he was not stupid. Thus, he did not hesitate to throw away the panicking concubines and stood up from the dragon bed. "Who are you people?" Yang Guang asked with a gloomy expression. "Chun Shiqing," Since he had entered China's world of martial arts, Sei Ito naturally reported his Chinese name. Chen Shicheng? Yang Guang repeated in his heart. At the same time, his mind was constantly searching for information about Chen Shicheng. Unfortunately, Sei Ito was not someone from this world. Thus, he could only suppress the doubts and anger in his heart. After this matter, he would find trouble with Sei Ito. What business do you have with coming to the palace to see me in the middle of the night? Yang Guang asked with the air of an emperor. However, his choice of words was quite clever. Even though he was clearly sneaking in, he said that he was entering in the open to have an audience. 2 matters. First, I came to see you and see your current state. Then, I came to decide what method I should use to make my second request. Sei Ito calmly sized up Yang Guang as he spoke. Yang Guang's eyes flashed with tyranny, but he did not speak. Instead, he asked with a gloomy expression, "How is it?" "Not bad, but it did not meet my expectations. Thus, I will give you 2 options for the second request. First, you agree to my request. At the same time, I promise that I will not do anything to you. Second, I will use my methods to make you agree to my request." Sei Ito shook his head regretfully as he spoke. "How dare you?" Yang Guang, who was being judged and threatened verbally, could not take it anymore. He immediately shouted angrily. "So what?" Sei Ito looked at Yang Guang with a faint smile. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Yang Guang's aura surged, and a faint golden dragon appeared in the hall. It filled the hall and pressured Sei Ito as he spoke coldly. 9 dragons' supreme technique? Not bad. It actually fused the dynasty's fate together. Sei Ito's eyes flashed as he looked at the golden dragon behind Yang Guang. Yang Guang frowned when he heard that. He stepped forward and appeared in front of Sei Ito. His hand formed into a claw, and with the sound of wind and thunder, he clawed at Sei Ito. Sei Ito did not move his body or his feet. His left hand moved first and blocked Yang Guang's claw. Then, he flipped his hand and grabbed Yang Guang's wrist. At the same time, he exerted force with his shoulder and slammed it into Yang Guang's chest. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. Yang Guang's tall body flew backward and slammed into the wall of the bed behind him, creating an irregular dent in the wall. Ah! Seeing that Yang Guang was injured, those concubines, who had been covering their bodies with quilts, immediately screamed and ran out of the palace in a panic. Junzuo! Sei Ito appeared in front of Yang Guang and used the profound strike to dodge Yang Guang's attack. He pressed his palm against Yang Guang's dantian and activated the Yin-Yang 5 elements seal. Fu Junzuo, who understood Sei Ito's intentions, moved like a ghost and appeared in front of the round door. He held his sword and blocked all the concubines who had just run to the door. Humph! At the same time, Yang Guang, who had been hit by the Yin-Yang 5 elements seal, had his true qi flow immediately interrupted. He let out a muffled groan. Yang Guang, what a pity! You could have become a wise emperor, Sei Ito said as he stepped back and watched Yang Guang fall on the bed. Ha! Yang Guang let out a laugh. He didn't know if it was because of anger or something else. Sei Ito didn't care about Yang Guang's state of mind. He flipped his hand and took out a pink potion and forced half of it down Yang Guang's throat. What did you give me? Yang Guang, who was coughing violently, asked loudly. You'll know in a moment. Sei Ito ignored Yang Guang and appeared in front of the concubines who were stopped by Fu Junzuo. He poured the remaining half of the pink potion into their mouths one by one. Then, one by one, he skillfully threw them back to Yang Guang's side. In less than a minute, the expressions of Yang Guang and the few concubines turned strange at the same time. Their minds were in a mess as they fumbled around their bodies with their hands. Roar! At this moment, Yang Guang, whose eyes were red, let out a low roar. He grabbed a concubine who was in a daze and pressed her under his body. He removed the only cover on his body and stabbed his biological weapon into the concubine's secret realm. Then, the sound of bodies colliding, a woman's strange moan, and a man's heavy breathing sounded in the palace. Damn it! Fu Junzuo turned his head and cursed. My lord, please allow me to kill him. Then, Fu Junzuo turned to Seito and begged. He is still useful to me for the time being. Even if you don't kill him, he will not live past May next year. Seito said as he admired the painting with interest. Yes. Fu Junzuo replied unwillingly. It's about time. Ito-sei, who had been waiting for a few minutes, suddenly spoke. Then, under Fu Junzuo's puzzled gaze, he released his psychic power into Yang Guang's mind, and began to hypnotize him. The reason why Seito had to wait until now was because of the existence of martial arts experts' martial will. Martial will was like the complete spiritual core of an S-rank expert. Other than under certain circumstances, it was very difficult to influence it. Even if Seito used Alea to forcefully hypnotize Yang Guang, he would need at least 1 to 3 to 4 days to succeed. However, Yang Guang was an emperor, and it would be unreasonable for him to suddenly disappear for a few days. Therefore, Seito had no choice but to find another way to create the necessary circumstances to achieve his goal. Coincidentally, Yang Guang's divine body had been hollowed out by alcohol and women. Although his martial will was still there, it was not as complete as before. In addition, he had obtained a special drug to stimulate Yang Guang's desire. Yang Guang, who was completely immersed in sex, quickly opened up his spiritual defenses and presented himself before Seito. This gave Seito a chance to complete the transformation. As for Fu Junzuo, he could not stand Yang Guang's ugly behavior and hid in the outer palace. After more than half an hour, Seito successfully completed the transformation of Yang Guang's consciousness and left 2 messages in his mind. Junzuo, let's go, Seito called out when he arrived at the outer palace. Chapter 12:20. P.S. Thank you to Fried Rice 2012, T-Jar, NYJY, Idler Shao Chi, Xian Yen, and Instant Potato for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. Ta-ta-ta-ta. This morning, accompanied by the sound of hurried horse hooves, a group of gold-wielding soldiers in silver armor, red tasseled helmets, and curved spears were escorting a middle-aged man in the uniform of an internal servant. The middle-aged man looked to be around 34 or 35 years old, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. It was as if he didn't take anyone seriously as he walked along the street. It didn't take long before they arrived at a large inn in the east of Chang'an City, near the Eastern Market, and stopped. This humble one greets Lord Yu. Seeing the soldiers standing at the entrance of the inn, the manager of the inn, who looked to be in his 40s, hurriedly ran out of the inn, bowed and greeted the soldiers with a smile on his face. He was a little fat and had a short beard under his chin. He looked to be in his 40s. Immediately thereafter, the shopkeeper carefully observed the man whom he had addressed as Master Yu before asking, "May I know why you're here, Master? How can a lowly commoner like you ask about this official's affairs?" Lord Yu said with disdain as he glanced at the innkeeper. Yes, this humble one has spoken out of turn. The innkeeper's forehead was slightly sweaty. A pleased look appeared on Master Yu's face upon seeing the shopkeeper's reaction, and he asked, "Do you have a young man with an extraordinary disposition staying in your store?" A trace of hesitation appeared on the innkeeper's face. He lowered his head and frowned. "Innkeeper, the guest in Sky Room 2. Just as Lord Yu's expression was becoming more and more displeased, a quick-witted waiter walked up behind the innkeeper and reminded him in a low voice. The innkeeper's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately thought of the man and 2 women with unique temperament. There was no need for that. The 3 of them were Seito, Wei Jinjin, and Fu Junzuo. "Lord," There is a young man with a different temperament staying in my inn. The innkeeper hurriedly bowed and reported. What are you waiting for? I'll bring him over. Lord Yu said loudly. Yes, yes. Sir, please come with me. The innkeeper nodded. He then turned around and led official Yu, who was followed by 2 soldiers, through the front hall of the inn that was used to attract customers to the rear courtyard. They quickly walked toward Seito's Sky Room 2. Sir, we're here. This is the one. A moment later, the shopkeeper standing in front of a room said in a low voice. Lord Yu's eyes moved when he heard this, and he solemnly straightened his already neat clothes before stepping forward to knock on the door. Creak the next moment, accompanied by a strange sound, a plain white robe appeared. Wei Zhenzhen, with her long black hair tied up behind her head, appeared from behind the slowly opening door. You are? Wei Zhenzhen asked hesitantly as she looked at the 1 official and 2 soldiers who clearly belonged to an official's family. Miss, this is Inner Assistant Minister Yu Shiji, official Yu. I wonder if your young master is inside? Please allow your young master to come out and meet us. Although he didn't know who Itsunari was, he could tell from Yu Shiji's serious expression that he wasn't an ordinary person. The shopkeeper said to Wei Zhenzhen kindly. Zhenzhen, let them in. Just as Wei Zhenzhen was hesitating whether or not to open the door, Seito's gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Yes, young master. Wei Zhenzhen hurriedly replied. Then she turned to the side and opened the door, making way for them to enter the room. Yu Shiji didn't stand on ceremony. After ordering 2 soldiers to guard the door and not to let anyone else in, he stepped into the room. Then, Seito, who was dressed in a green robe and had a strange hairstyle, was sitting on a chair and gently drinking from a white porcelain teacup. He was also dressed in a white silk robe and held a sword across his chest. He had a clear expression on his face. But Fu Junzuo, who was wearing a strange silver mask, appeared in front of Yu Shiji's eyes. Yu Shiji's eyes flashed as he took in the 2's temperament and appearance. They really do have some skill. No wonder His Majesty the Emperor repeatedly told me to treat them with respect. Then Yu Shiji put on a fake expression. But he still looked comfortable as he cupped his hands and bowed. I am Yu Shiji, filling the position of Inner Assistant Minister. I am here on the Emperor's orders to invite the strange man, Mr. Chen Shiqing, into the palace for a chat. After hearing Yu Shiji's intentions, Seito slightly smiled and said with slight disdain, He is quite well informed. Yu Shiji, who was a shrewd person, quickly lowered his head and pretended that he hadn't heard anything. That's fine. Seito, who was laughing in his heart, continued to pretend to be an expert. Junzuo, you stay in the inn and guard your chastity. This young master will be back soon. Then, Seito stood up from his chair and instructed Fu Junzuo. Yes, young master. Fu Junzuo replied in a cold voice. Lead the way. Seito nodded and looked at Yu Shiji. Sir, please follow me. Yu Shiji bowed and led Seito out of the room. They met up with the 2 elite guards at the door. Accompanied by the innkeeper, they carefully walked out of the inn and mounted the horse parked in front of the inn. Then, they turned around and slowly walked towards the palace. Because they were taking the proper route this time, the group directly exited the East Market and stepped onto Vermilion Bird Avenue. They swaggered towards the palace. During this process, Yu Shiji fully displayed his exquisite thoughts and eloquence as a eunuch. He introduced the scenery along the street to Seito to pass the time. Just like that, they traveled for more than 10 minutes without stopping. Finally, they entered the palace and stopped outside the palace where Yang Guang usually stayed. Mr. Chen, please wait here for a moment. I will go in and inform His Majesty. Yu Shiji cupped his hands and said to Seito. After saying that, Yu Shiji quickly walked into the hall and disappeared from Ito Seiji's sight after seeing that Ito Seiji didn't have any other intentions. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he ran out again and returned to Ito Sei. Mr. Chen, His Majesty invites you in, Yushirji quickly said. Ito-sei nodded and followed Yushirji into the hall in front of him. The interior of the palace was very spacious. It was about 50 to 60 square meters. However, there were many more decorations inside. Paintings, fresh flowers, and anything that could be considered cultured could be found here. Yang Guang, who was dressed in an imperial robe, was sitting behind a large wooden table placed in the middle of the hall, being served by two beauties. His face was filled with contentment and enjoyment. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, you've kept me waiting. Seeing Sei-To's arrival, Yang Guang, who had part of his memory altered by Sei-To, immediately stood up from his seat. He said with a hearty laugh, I'm an idler. I can't be compared to your Majesty, who is so carefree, Sei-To said sarcastically. Yang Guang's expression froze. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Yushirji, who was standing to the side, was so frightened by Sei-To's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Mr. Chen wants it, just say the word. Whether it's gold, silver, wine, or beautiful women, I can provide it all to you. Yang Guang promised with a dry smile. Hearing this, Yushirji was even more shocked by Mr. Chen's position in Yang Guang's heart. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind to get in touch with Mr. Chen in the future. Then if I want the entire Chang'an city, Your Majesty, will you be willing to give it to me? Sei-To asked with a half-smile. Are you serious? Yang Guang asked with a gloomy expression. You should know that I never lie, Sei-To replied casually. After that, Yang Guang and Sei-To stopped talking. They just stood there facing each other, looking at each other with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Does this Mr. Chen want to die? How dare he say such disgraceful words? Thank goodness I'm not close to him. Otherwise, I'd definitely be implicated by this idiot. Yushirji, who felt the pressure in the room, felt a layer of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. He was relieved. All right, I promise you, Yang Guang suddenly said in a low voice. As soon as he said that, whether it was Yushirji or the two beauties serving Yang Guang, they all subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Yushirji, draft the decree. Yang Guang ignored them and sat back down behind the wooden table. Yes, Your Majesty. Yushirji, who knew that Yang Guang's heart was burning with anger, did not even dare to breathe loudly. He lowered his head and replied carefully. Here is the otherworldly expert Chen Shiqing. He is wise and resourceful, has both integrity and talent, and is loyal to the country. He understands my heart very well. I hereby confer upon him the title of Left Wuwei General, Governor of Chang'an. Yang Guang's chest rose and fell slightly as he read out the decree. In the imperial court there were a few positions for military officials. They were the left and right E-guards, the left and right cavalry guards, the left and right Wuwei guards, the left and right garrison guards, the left and right Yue guards, and the left and right Houwei guards. There was a general in each guard. There were two generals. Sei-To, who was conferred the title of Left Wuwei General, instantly ascended to the second echelon of military officials. He had real power in his hands. I think you haven't found a suitable place to settle down. Then, I'll add on the Wuwei General's residence. Are you satisfied, sir? Yang Guang then looked at Sei-To and asked in a low voice. Very good. A smile appeared on Ito-sei's face. Men, bring me the tiger tally of Left Wuwei General, Yang Guang said loudly. After a short while, a young eunuch came in with a palm-sized tiger tally. It was made of brass and looked like a monolith. There was a majestic tiger head engraved on both sides of the tiger tally. On the corners of the tiger tally were the words Left Wuwei General and Governor Tally. Yushirji, accompany Sir to the Left Wuwei barracks. Yang Guang turned to look at Yushirji, who had finished writing the imperial edict. Yes, Your Majesty. Yushirji accepted the order. He then lowered his head and picked up the tiger tally of Wu-wei general that Yang Guang had placed on the table. He then used the imperial jade seal to stamp the imperial edict. Only then did he roll up the edict and return to Sei Ito's side. He then handed the tiger tally to Sei Ito. Then this one will take his leave. Sei Ito smiled as he held the tiger tally in his hand. He then followed Yushirji out of the hall and walked out of the palace. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The moment Ito Sei and Yushirji left the hall, Yang Guang, who had been suppressing the anger in his heart, suddenly burst out. His arms randomly swept the pen, ink, paperweight, and other things on the table in front of him to the ground, making a crackling sound. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the beauty on the side and pressed her on the table. He used the chi in his body to tear the clothes on the beauty, took out the dragon's spear, and fiercely stabbed into the secret realm without any foreplay, and began to conquer the secret realm. Ah! Such an intense movement immediately caused the beauty beneath him to let out a cry filled with pain. However, since she had entered the palace, her fate had already become a tragedy. Thus, even though she was in pain, the beauty could only bite her lips and endure Yang Guang's conquest. Come to think of it, in a few days, Yang Guang will probably move to the temporary imperial residence in Yangzhou because of this. On the other side, Sei Ito smiled as he followed Yushirji out of the palace and walked towards the left Wu-wei barracks in the eastern suburbs of Chang. After all, I put a lot of effort into these two mental cues. This time, Yushirji was cautious and didn't contact Sei Ito again. He was afraid of angering Yang Guang, who was the one who fed him. Instead, he silently accompanied Sei Ito to the left Wu-wei barrack. After half an hour like this, Sei Ito's group arrived outside the left Wu-wei barrack. In an instant, a barracks with fluttering banners appeared in front of Sei Ito's group. Halt! Two soldiers guarding the barracks shouted as they blocked the entrance of the barracks with their spears. Impudent! I am Inner Assistant Minister Yushirji. I have come on His Majesty's orders to announce the imperial edict. Why haven't you moved out of the way? Yushirji shouted as he pushed the imperial edict away. The two soldiers glanced at each other, then removed their spears and moved out of the way. At the same time, one of the soldiers ran into the barracks and reported the arrival of the angels to the general on duty. After a while, a majestic-looking middle-aged man in armor led another group of officers out quickly and greeted Yushirji and Ito Sei, who had just entered the barracks. This subordinate is left Wu-wei Army Adjutant Lu Xiuming. Greetings, Lord Yu. The man cupped his fists and bowed. Yushirji softly replied. Lord Yu, please. The adjutant named Lu Xiuming turned sideways and invited Yushirji. Then, together with many generals behind him, he led Yushirji and Ito Sei, who was obviously an unknown person, to the big tent in the camp. The imperial edict has been issued. After arriving at the tent, Yushirji, who was standing in the middle and the innermost part of the tent, turned around and looked at the group of Zhuowu Guard generals in front of him. Whoosh! Lu Xiuming and the other generals immediately cupped their fists and bowed their heads as if they were listening. In the Sui dynasty, and even in the Tang dynasty, kneeling was not as popular as it was in later generations. Under normal circumstances, cupping one's fists and bowing was already considered a sign of respect. At most, one would kneel on one's knee. That was only done when one met a high official who was worthy of the other party's respect. Kneeling and prostrating oneself on the ground were only done under special circumstances. The emperor declares, Heretic Qin Shiqing. Chapter 12:21. Greetings, General. After the imperial edict was read, Lu Xiuming and the other generals saluted Sei Ito with their fists cupped. With Yushirji, Yang Guang's favorite, present, even if Lu Xiuming and the others had some thoughts, they didn't dare to express it immediately. Therefore, the initial meeting ended smoothly and harmoniously. Dismissed. Seito, who was now the general of the left Wuwei camp, ordered lightly. Although Seito was prepared to use Chang, and as the starting point for his invasion of the world, Seito didn't care too much about these soldiers. Moreover, he wasn't interested in playing any tricks with these soldiers. He was going to wait until all the generals in the left Wuwei camp received the news tomorrow before he started his operation. As for what would happen after the operation, he would deal with it when the time came. Anyway, it wasn't as if he didn't have someone who could command an army, such as a man named Li Xingke. Yes, General. Lu Xiaoming and the others responded in unison and turned to leave the barrack. Since General doesn't want to stay in the camp for long, follow me to see the new home that His Majesty has bestowed upon you, Yushirji said with a smile when he saw that Seito didn't want to stay in the camp for long. Okay. Seito nodded in agreement. Then, the two walked out of the tent together and left the left Wuwei camp under the escort of the small group of soldiers. They returned to Chang'an City. About a quarter of an hour later, Seito and the others stopped in front of a house that was located in the Vermilion Bird Avenue where the residences of the officials were concentrated. The facade of the house was very good. There were double stone lions on the left and right sides of the door. In the middle, there were 3 flights of long stone steps that led straight to the double doors that were painted bright red. A brown plaque with the words General's Residence written in gold hung at the top of the doors. Above the plaque, there were layers of slanted flowing water tiles that looked like umbrellas sitting on top of the roof. On the left and right sides of the door, there were thick brick walls about 3 or 4 meters high along the road, separating the inside of the house from the outside world. We're here. Yushirji pointed at the red door. Seito nodded, dismounted, and followed Yushirji into the mansion. The first thing that came into view was a spacious courtyard, paved with limestone slabs in the shape of a cross. 4 small areas that were planted with trees, flowers, and even stone tables and stools filled up the empty space. In order not to make the courtyard look too thin, a quaint house with carved beams and painted walls came into Itosei's sight. Several young women in light colorful clothes, 2 older nannies, and 5 or 6 men of different ages stood respectfully at the front of the house. Greetings, Master. Seeing Seito arrive, the man and the woman who looked like a maid and a nanny immediately knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and called out respectfully, "Your Majesty, please consider that this is your first time in Chang'an. There shouldn't be anyone around to take care of him. Therefore, after awarding the mansion, he specially arranged for some good families to serve as servants for Mr. Yushirji explained in a timely manner. Seito nodded noncommittally, then turned and walked to the corridor. He walked around the front hall and walked to the backyard with Yushirji. The house is not bad, I'm very satisfied. Thank His Majesty on my behalf. After a while, Itosei walked through the mansion and returned to the quaint house used as a reception room in the front hall. He sat down and said softly, "I will definitely pass on your message." Yushirji smiled. Yushirji stood up and cupped his fist. "I believe that General still has matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." "All right." Seito nodded and stood up. "No need to see me out." Yushirji cupped his fist again, then turned and walked out of the reception room. Soon, he disappeared behind the picture of 100 chrysanthemum behind the red door. "Steward, call everyone here," Seito ordered after sitting back down. "Yes, master." The steward, who was in his 40s and had a rather thin body, replied respectfully. He then quickly walked out of the reception room to gather the servants in the mansion. Soon, all the servants, including the steward, appeared in front of Seito and stood in 3 rows. "Master, everyone is here," the steward reported. Itosei nodded and glanced at the servants in front of him one by one. Then he spread out his spiritual force and forcibly broke into their mind. In the most direct and violent way, he left a spiritual hint that they were absolutely loyal to him deep in their consciousness. "Greetings, master." The servants, including the steward, all knelt and called out respectfully. "I don't care if you are truly good people. Even if you are, you must be absolutely loyal to me." Seito sneered. "Disperse." Seito waved his hand and said. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in front of the servants, who had not completely dispersed. He appeared in the inn he stayed in when he came to Chang'an City. "Pack your things, we're going home," Seito said aloud when he appeared in the room. "Go home?" Wei Zhenjin was puzzled. "Yes," Seito replied with a smile. Seeing that Seito did not explain, Wei Zhenjin did not pursue the matter. She immediately packed her clothes and left the room with Seito and Fu Junzuo. They paid for the inn and returned to the general's mansion on Vermilion Bird Avenue. "We're here." After a moment, Seito said as he got off the carriage first. "This." Wei Zhenjin looked at the mansion in front of her and hesitated. "Your young master is now a general of the Great Sui dynasty. This mansion was bestowed by the Great Sui Emperor Yang Guang. It is also our home in Chang'an," Seito explained with a smile. "Go in." "Home," Wei Zhenjin whispered softly. "Home." Fu Junzuo sighed softly with a distant look. "Remember her appearance. She will be responsible for all the affairs in the mansion in the future." Seito once again gathered the servants in the mansion and pointed to Wei Zhenjin beside him. "Greetings, madam." The servants saluted in unison. Swish. Wei Zhenjin's face immediately turned red. When she realized that Seito did not correct the servant's mistake in addressing her, her heart skipped a beat. She was pleasantly surprised and did not know what to do. No need to be so polite." After a moment, Wei Zhenjin calmed down a little and said softly. Then Seito dismissed the servants and brought Wei Zhenjin and Fu Junzuo back to the master bedroom he had chosen. He sat down on a chair. At this moment, Seito's thoughts moved. Lishinka's figure suddenly appeared in the room and reflected in Wei Zhenjin and Fu Junzuo's eyes. In the next moment there was a crisp sound. Fu Junzuo pulled out the sword in his hand and pointed it at Lishinka. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lishinka completely ignored Fu Junzuo, who was using his inner breath to direct the biting cold sword pressure at her. She immediately knelt on one knee and greeted respectfully. "Your Majesty?" When Wei Zhenjin and Fu Junzuo heard this, they looked at Seito in shock and wondered if he was really His Majesty. Because of this, the two of them completely ignored the exaggerated matter of a living person transforming into a living person. "Rise," Seito said indifferently. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lishinka expressed her gratitude and stood up from the ground. "How much do you know about ancient military strategies?" Seito asked. "Your Majesty, not much. I only know the basics," Lishinka replied respectfully. "Then if I give you an ancient army, can you train them well?" Seito asked again. "Yes," Lishinka said confidently. It made sense. Although military strategies couldn't be used effectively due to the lack of effective intelligence support from the radar system, Lishinka, who was a top student in the military academy and had rich combat experience, wasn't the least bit lacking when it came to training people. After all, no matter which era it was, the main body wouldn't change. As long as the method was right, it wouldn't be a problem to train a group of elites. Furthermore, Lishinka was born in the Chinese Federation and learned ancient military strategies. "That's good." Seito smiled. Then, he turned to Wei Zhenjin and said, "Zhenjin, bring him to the side room. Also, get someone to prepare a new set of clothes for him." "Yes, young master," Wei Zhenjin replied. "Please come with me." Wei Zhenjin looked at Lishinka and said softly. Then, she led Lishinka, who had bowed to Seito, out of the bedroom and into the side room. "Let's go." The next morning, Seito and Lishinka, who were still left behind by Fu Junzuo to guard the house, rode on their black horses, which were temporarily freed from the pain of pulling the carriage, and rushed to the Zuo camp in the eastern suburbs of Chang'an. The 2 horses had been modified and strengthened, and their hooves and faces were enchanted with magic formations. They could be said to be galloping at full speed. Seito and Li Xinka took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the Zuo camp. Seito took out the waist tag of his tiger uniform and let the soldiers verify his identity. Then, he brought Li Xinka into the camp. At this time, in the Zuo camp, a large number of soldiers were gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. They were talking about the new general, and were looking forward to the good show to watch with a gloating attitude. "See, these are the soldiers I am going to give to you." A group of soldiers. Seito said to Li Xinka, "Sir, don't worry. I will definitely train them into real soldiers." After some instructions, Li Xinka, who had temporarily changed her way of addressing Seito as Sir, said. Seito nodded slightly and did not speak. He brought Li Xinka directly into the camp tent. "Greetings, General." At this time, the generals of the Zuo camp, who had rushed to the tent after hearing the news reported by the sharp-eyed soldiers. "Is everyone here?" Seito, who had sat down on the main seat, looked indifferently at the generals in the camp and asked softly. "General Qi Huan Qi Lang is not here yet." Everyone hesitated before one of the generals spoke. Chapter 12:22. Lang Jiang was a subordinate of the general and was the one who directly commanded a battalion. Lang Jiang, as the second in command, actually didn't show up in this formal meeting with the commander of a battalion. Although this was because Seito didn't inform him in advance, as a subordinate, how could he not have the common sense to arrive early and wait to see his superior? Even if he was a good-for-nothing who only knew how to drink and drink, how could his subordinates be as unreasonable as him? Needless to say, it was obvious that Lang Jiang didn't like Seito and thought that he had no right to climb over his head. Lang Jiang deliberately did this to put him in his place. The other generals who thought of the same thing also looked at Seito with different expressions but didn't say anything. Seito sneered and asked again, "Apart from him, who else isn't here?" General Hotson, and General Wang surely aren't here," one of the generals replied. "I didn't want to kill anyone, but since they don't give me face, they can't blame me for not giving them face either." Seito sneered. Then, without waiting for the generals to respond, he spread out his psychic energy and used his hypnosis ability on them. In this chaotic era where the emperor was muddle-headed, the world was in chaos, and the army didn't care about defending the country or protecting their families, these generals' willpower wasn't strong at all. Thus, Seito used less than 10 minutes to hypnotize all the generals present into living puppets loyal only to him. "Sir!" The generals who came back to their senses cupped their fists and saluted in unison. "Pass down my order. As long as Qi Huan, Hotson, and Wang Shirley appear, immediately arrest them." Seito ordered coldly. "Yes." The generals accepted the order. "He is Li Xinka. From now on, he will be in charge of the battalion and will take over all the affairs in the battalion on my behalf. You just need to follow his orders." Seito pointed at Li Xinka standing beside him and said, "Yes." The generals looked at each other and replied in unison. Seito turned to Li Xinka and said, "I'll leave this place to you. As for those 3 people, kill them to boost our morale?" "Yes." Li Xing cupped her fists and bowed. Seito nodded and stood up from his seat. He walked out of the large tent under the bows of the various generals. He led the modified black horse that was parked outside the tent and mounted it. With a shake of the reins, he urged the horse to leave the military camp and return to the general's manor. Not long after Seito left the Zuo camp, Qi Huan, Hotson, and Wang Shirley, who had received news from the spies in the camp, walked into the camp in an unbridled manner, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. Before they could react, the soldiers who had received the order immediately pounced on them and tied them up. After that, Li Shinka, who had become Sei Ito's temporary manager of the camp, ordered the soldiers to behead Chi Huan and the others in front of all the soldiers on the drill ground. This was the first time he had established his authority. After that, Li Shinka took advantage of the killing power she had just established to reorganize the camp and train the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed, of course. While Li Shinka was reorganizing the Zuo Wuwei camp, Sei Ito was not idling in the dark. Like a diligent little bee, he would circle the entire Chang'an city a few times every night and secretly set up a huge defensive formation. This stronghold that was used to invade the world was impregnable. At the same time, taking advantage of the Zuo Wuwei taking over the defense of Chang'an city, Sei Ito did not hesitate to use hypnosis on the generals who came to see him, turning them into living puppets loyal to him one by one. "He's finally gone," Sei Ito, who was sitting on a pear-blossom carved wooden chair in the general's mansion, exhaled softly. The person he was referring to was His Majesty, the Emperor of this era, Yang Guang. After more than a month of preparation, Yang Guang, who had been waiting for Sei Ito to take over the military affairs of Chang'an city, finally decided to head to the temporary imperial residence in Yangzhou in advance and put this idea into action. That morning, Yang Guang's imperial carriage, accompanied by a large number of imperial concubines, maids and court officials, left Chang'an city through the east gate and headed in the direction of Yangzhou. "What do you all say, why don't we go out and have some fun?" Sei Ito raised his head and smiled at Zhen Yi, Fanchan Meiyun, and the archery expert Hikari, Meili and Fu Junzu. Zhen Yi, Fanchan Meiyun, and Hikari Meili were all here because Sei Ito wanted to raise their strength and let them experience a higher level of Jinshi martial arts so that they could break through their current limit. And the first opponent they faced off against was Sei Ito's personal sword attendant, Fu Junzuo. Fu Junzuo had learned from Fu Kailan, which specialized in attacking the enemy's weak points and guiding the enemy's attack. This was the first time Zhen Yi and Yi had encountered such an opponent, so they were in a somewhat difficult situation. But soon, with Ye's ability to foresee the Dragon Eye and Zhen Ye's martial arts, which were completely different from those of the Great Tang, they regained their balance and fought a very impressive battle. As for Fanchan Meiyun and Hikari Meili, one of them was extremely fast and had incredible combat experience, completely ignoring Fu Junzuo's attack. The other was extremely fierce as long as she kept a distance and was not weak in close combat. Neither of them could be defeated by Fu Junzuo's incomplete sword fighting art. In the end, it became a true battle of experience, where they could sense each other's qi of movement and stillness, as well as the Xiantian internal qi cultivated from the Nine Mysteries art. In general, in terms of quality, Fu Junzuo's Xiantian internal qi cultivated from the Nine Mysteries art was much higher than that of Zhen Yi, Fanchan Meiyun, and Hikari Meili. In terms of attribute, Zhen Yi and Ye's qi was superior. In terms of explosive power, Fanchan Meiyun and Hikari Meili's qi of movement and stillness were stronger. "Okay," Yi happily replied. "What do you plan to do here?" Zhen Yi asked. "Leave it to Li Shinka," Sei Ito replied. "If you're not afraid of a problem, then do as you please," Zhen Yi said. "Relax. Let's not even talk about how many people in this world can break through the defensive barrier of his armor. Even if they can, I'll immediately sense it and use a technique to appear at his side and kill the enemy," Sei Ito said, his face brimming with confidence. "I hope to see even more experts," Fanchan Meiyun suddenly said. It was clear that after sparring with Fu Junzuo, Fanchan Meiyun had developed an intense interest in the martial arts system of the Great Tang. "Definitely. I'm not planning to just go sightseeing this time," Sei Ito said with a smile. As for Hikari Meili, Fu Junzuo and Wei Xinjin said nothing. Hikari Meili didn't care, but Fu Junzuo and Wei Jinjin were completely following Sei Ito's orders. Thus, after receiving a unanimous agreement, Sei Ito didn't waste any words. He immediately had the others return to their rooms to pack up while he ran to the side and took out some materials from the Rubik's Cube to continue modifying the carriage. After all, there were no longer 2 people accompanying him, but 6. There wasn't enough room in the carriage. Soon, the interior of the carriage had expanded to more than 60 square meters and was divided into several rooms. Many daily necessities were placed in these rooms, and the renovation was complete. Later, Ito-sei took 2 horses that had been modified. The horseshoes and masks were engraved with magic circles that could speed up, reduce weight, enhance stamina, and restore energy. He tied the horses with ropes with the same magic circle pattern and asked the servants to lead them to the street outside the general's mansion. Not long after, Wei Jinjin, who had a bundle on her arm and had become even more beautiful because of her dual cultivation with Sei Ito, Yi, who knew that Sei Ito had the Rubik's Cube and didn't lack any daily necessities, and only chose 2 sets of clothes that were suitable for this era to change into, as well as Mayo, Kanban Miun, Hikari Meili, and Hikari Meili, who didn't even bother to bring a change of clothes, and Fu Junzuo, who only held a sword in his hand, walked out of the estate and entered the carriage one after another. After everyone had entered the carriage, Sei Ito stepped into the carriage and ordered, "Destination, Luoyang. Let's go." Nay. It wasn't clear if they really understood Sei Ito's words, but the 2 tall horses with shiny black fur neighed and pulled the carriage toward the east gate of Chang'an. Along the way, the spirited appearance of the horses attracted the attention of a group of people. Luoyang, the eastern capital of this era, was no less prosperous than Chang'an. Moreover, because it was close to the Central Plains, it was a place where scholars and literati gathered. The cultural life here was much richer than Chang'an, which was often harassed by foreign tribes. Therefore, in terms of nightlife, Luoyang far surpassed Chang'an. Sei Ito chose Luoyang as his first destination. Other than seeing the bustling cities of this era, he also wanted to do something else. He wanted to find trouble with Baikan, who had disguised himself as Rong Fengxiang, so that he could snatch the Book of Heavenly Demons from him. Of course, if the time was right, he could also break into the Xingzhai, which was called Xixing Jizhai in the future. After all, if he wanted Mayo, Yi, and Kanban Miun to break through, he couldn't do it without a suitable amount of pressure. After a few days, Sei Ito's group finally arrived at Luoyang after setting off from Chang'an and going through Shanglu. Wow, it's so majestic. Yi was wearing a white shirt and white trousers. His long brown hair was tied into a ponytail. At first glance, he gave off a strange feeling as he exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, it's much better than Luoyang in the Heavenly Reliance world. Sei Ito sighed as he looked at Luoyang, which was many times more prosperous than the Heavenly Reliance world. RSS, please. Chapter 12:23. P.S. Thank you to Nickfanny, Insect Killing Potato, and Skimming the Sea for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Shu N for their tip. Let's find an inn to rest first, then we'll take a stroll around Luoyang tonight. Tomorrow we'll get down to business. Sei Ito turned his head and said to Mayo, Yi, Mayan Tentan, Emi Toki, Fu Junzuo, and Wei Jinjin. Okay, Yi and the others replied in unison. Then, Ito-sei used his mind to drive the carriage into Luoyang City. Finally, it stopped in front of an inn. The modified carriage was originally very comfortable. It wasn't as bumpy and uncomfortable as the carriages of this era. In addition, apart from Wei Jinjin, who was the most ordinary, everyone in the group was a martial arts expert. They didn't feel tired, so after a simple rest, they followed Sei Ito out of the inn and strolled around the bustling city of Luoyang. Not to mention Mayo and Yi's strange hair color, as well as Mayan Tantan and Emi Toki's strange clothes. Just the girls' beautiful faces were very eye-catching. Seito, who was accompanied by 6 gorgeous beauties, became the target of envy and jealousy of the young masters of Luoyang City. Not long after they left the streets, a rich young master, who had clearly been hollowed out by wine and women, came up to Yi and the others. He ignored Seito's existence and struck up a conversation with Yi and the others. Ah Chung. Yi, who didn't know what to do, looked at Seito with a questioning gaze. But before Ito Seiji could speak, Zhen Yi, who was already annoyed, immediately stepped forward and kicked everyone, including the rich kid, flying out one by one. Ah! The people who were kicked away let out long howls. It seems that I don't need to tell you. Mayo has already put the answer in front of you, Seito said with a shrug. Yi chuckled and forgot about it. He continued to stroll around Luoyang City with Mayo, Seito, and the others in high spirit. Of course, in the process of strolling, Ito Ching did not forget to inquire about some information from the people around him, such as where Manchin Courtyard was, where the Rong family's courtyard was, and where the mansion of Wang Shichong, the manager of Luoyang City, was. Speaking of Wang Shichong, Seito naturally thought of Wang Shirley, the general of the left Wuwei battalion, who he had ordered to be beheaded. He remembered hearing people report that Wang Shirley and Wang Shichong were brothers of the same clan, but their blood relationship was very distant. He didn't know if Wang Shichong remembered such a brother. With Wang Shichong's ambition, even if he does remember such a person, would he dare to fall out with me, the general of the left Wuwei battalion, who controls the entire defense of Chang'an City? Seito's eyes flashed with disdain. Until 10 o'clock at night. After strolling around Luoyang City's night market, Seito and the others returned to the inn and rested in their rooms. The next morning, after Seito and the others had breakfast, they left the inn together and took a carriage to General Wang Shichong's residence in the east of Luoyang City. Report to your master that the general of the left Wuwei battalion, Chen Shiching, is here to see him, Seito said to Wang Shichong's servant as he got off the carriage with the girls. Yes, this lowly one will go and report. Those who could become servants were all astute people, not to mention that Seito had already reported his identity. He completely understood that the person in front of him was a servant of an important person and did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly agreed and ran into the residence. At the same time, another shrewd servant hurriedly led Seito and the others into the residence and into the reception room. Master, there is a young man outside who calls himself the general of the left Wuwei battalion, Chen Shiching, requesting an audience. After passing through the corridors and courtyard, the servant quickly ran into a room that looked like a study and was filled with paintings. He bowed and greeted a tall and burly man sitting behind a long brown table. His facial features were deep and he did not look like a Han person. His hair and beard were somewhat brown, and he looked to be in his 40s with a rough face. At a glance, one could tell that this was a man who had weathered many hardships. This person was the actual commander of Luoyang City, Wang Shichong. Wang was the surname he had received after returning to the Han dynasty. Later on, he was given the surname Yang because of Yang Guang's favor. However, in the end, he was still a Hu, so it was no wonder that he looked different from a Han person. General of the left Wuwei battalion, Chen Shiching? Wang Shichong put down the book in his hand and repeated with a frown. Yes. The servant confirmed. What is he doing here? Wang Shichong muttered to himself in confusion. After all, he had never had any relationship with this Chang, a garrison that had suddenly appeared and was appointed by Yang Guang as an exception. He had never even seen him before and had never thought that he would come to pay him a visit. Lead the way. However, no matter what he thought, he could not neglect Seito and put down the book in his hand. He said as he stood up from his chair. The servant did not say anything else and immediately turned around to lead Wang Shichong out. This must be the newly promoted general of the Left Wei Battalion, General Chen Shicheng. This lowly one is Wang Shichong. Nice meeting you. Wang Shichong, who had followed the servant to the reception area, had a sincere smile on his face. As he walked toward Saito, he cupped his fists and spoke. Sir Yang is too polite. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to visit you without notifying you beforehand. Saito stood up and cupped his fists as he spoke politely. Not at all, not at all. General Chen has come because you think highly of me, Yang Shichong. There is no such thing as taking the liberty. Wang Shichong pretended to be displeased as he spoke. It's my fault, my fault. Saito echoed with a smile. Please. At this moment, Wang Shichong, who had already walked to the main seat, extended his hand in invitation. Please. Saito also politely returned the gesture and sat back down in their chairs. Afterwards, two maids in silk robes entered the room and walked in front of Saito and Wang Shichong. They placed a cup of hot tea on the short table next to them and then left. After the maids left, Wang Shichong picked up the teacup next to him and took a sip. He then raised his head and asked Chen Shicheng, "What is the purpose of General's visit this time?" "Just a greeting." Saito also picked up the teacup and took a sip. He barely swallowed the tea that had salt added to it. His fingers holding the teacup moved imperceptibly as he replied with a smile. At the same time, Saito skillfully placed a restriction that no one else knew about in the room. Then this old man is overthinking. Regardless of whether Saito was telling the truth or not, Wang Shichong laughed and said. But before his laughter fell, Saito's figure suddenly disappeared from his seat and appeared in front of him. Wang Shichong's pupils shrank, but he couldn't avoid it. He slapped Wang Shichong's neck and sent a bioelectric signal created by the medical ninjutsu. Flickering body rush into Wang Shichong's body, affecting his control of his body. Then, Itomori clapped his hands and quickly slapped several major acupoints on Wang Shichong's body, whose reaction was slow because of the flurry dash skill. A stream of high-quality strange power was sealed in Wang Shichong's body, completely blocking the circulation path of Wang Shichong's genuine qi. General Chen, what is the meaning of this? Wang Shichong, whose body was restrained, but except for a gloomy expression on his face, there was no other obvious change. He stared at Saito and questioned. Naturally, I want to get closer to you. Saito raised his right hand slightly, stretched out his index finger and lightly touched Wang Shichong's forehead, and said with a smile, "Let's talk about the ownership of Luoyang City." At the same time as he spoke, Saito released his spiritual force, forming a variety of illusions and a strange voice to affect Wang Shichong's consciousness. And this situation fell into Wang Shichong's eyes. Saito's body was like an illusion, twisting and distorting and gradually disappearing. The voice seemed to come from the sky, ethereal and boundless, arousing bursts of sleepiness. Knowing that this was an illusion, Wang Shichong fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. He stimulated himself with pain to maintain his consciousness. "You are from the Devil Sect?" Wang Shichong asked loudly. "People from the Devil Sect are not necessarily as powerful as me." Saito's voice that seemed to come from the sky sounded. At that moment, Wang Shichong felt his surroundings change. He had returned to the study he had been in earlier. He was reading a book on the art of war in his hand. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream, unreal and unreal. Wang Shichong, who was a little uncertain of his environment, fiercely bit the tip of his tongue again, using the pain to stimulate himself. Wang Shichong, who found that there were no changes in his surroundings, frowned and silently stirred up the true qi in his body. It was the same. There was no feeling of sluggishness at all, and it was very smooth. Could it be that what I was thinking just now was just a dream? Wang Shichong said to himself hesitantly. Everything he had experienced before was naturally not a dream, but a real scene, and the environment he was in now was a fake illusion created by Sei Ito's hypnosis ability and spiritual sensing ability that could be passed off as reality. Wang Shichong, who was still skeptical, suddenly stood up and strode out of the study room. He wandered around the mansion to observe and test the servants around him to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was just that everything in this environment was originally based on the memories in his mind, so everyone's behavior, tone, and demeanor were exactly the same as he remembered. Thus, after wandering around for a long time, he did not find any problems. It seems that I've been thinking too much about that Chen Shiqing recently, causing me to have an empty dream, Wang Shichong muttered to himself as he shook his head in self-mockery. You've finally entered the shell. Outside, in the real world of the twin dragons of the Great Tang, Sei Ito, who was sensing something with his eyes closed, smiled and softly said. His psychic energy turned and began to brainwash and hypnotize Wang Shichong, who had already released his psychic defense. In the end, Wang Shichong was the previous Great Yuan of the Great Mingzun sect, and his martial arts were very profound. Although he was only at the first-rate level, his psychic energy level was not bad. Thus, after more than half an hour, Sei Ito finally managed to plant a mental seed and psychological suggestion in the core of Wang Shichong's mind. He wanted Wang Shichong to become his living puppet. My lord. Wang Shichong's eyelids twitched, and then his eyes regained their light. He got up and bowed to Sei Ito, who had taken a step back from him. There's no need to be so polite, Sei Ito softly chuckled. Sei Ito seemed to think of something and asked, Right, is your niece, Dong Shuni, in the estate? Before Wang Shichong could say anything in response to Sei Ito's question, Zhen Yi raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. Big sister, Yi softly called out, taking Zhen Ye's hand. Yes. Wang Shichong glanced at Shinya, whose identity he didn't know, and then looked at Ito Sei and replied. Sei Ito glanced at Zhen Yi and smiled. Send someone to call her over. I have something to discuss with her. Yes. Wang Shichong nodded, then stood up and walked out of the reception room. He found a servant who was working nearby and sent him to the backyard to greet his niece, Dong Shuni. Not long after, Wang Shichong walked back into the room with a tall and slender young girl. She was wearing a plain silk dress that exposed half of her chest. Her skin was abnormally fair, and her long black hair was casually tied into a beautiful bun. Her lips were pink, and her eyes were black and bright. Her expression was full of loveliness and naivety. My lord, this is this one's niece, Dong Shuni, Wang Shichong said respectfully as he led Dong Shuni to Sei Ito. Dong Shuni didn't expect her uncle to be so polite to a young man and even address him as my lord. She was stunned and looked at Sei Ito in a daze. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Shuni, Wang Shichong frowned and said in a low voice, reminding rather than reprimanding. Shuni greets my lord. Dong Shuni returned to her senses and immediately displayed her noble demeanor. She lowered her head and gave Sei Ito a ladylike salute. Not bad. You truly live up to your reputation as one of Luoyang's two beauties, Sei Ito praised as he sized up Dong Shuni with interest. My lord is too kind, Dong Shuni said with a smile. However, at this moment, Sei Ito's eyes suddenly lit up. A powerful spiritual force shot out from his eyes and directly entered Dong Shuni's mind. Dong Shuni only had a few martial arts skills and could be said to be an ordinary girl. He began to hypnotize her. As a result, Sei Ito planted a spiritual seed in the depths of Dong Shuni's mind in the blink of an eye, implying her loyalty. Contact Yang Xuyen and tell him to come back immediately, Sei Ito ordered in an indifferent voice. Yes. Dong Shuni's expression froze for a moment before she lowered her head and agreed. Clearly, she was still worried about her lover after receiving the spiritual seed and didn't want to call him back. It was also at this moment that Zhen Ye's expression returned to normal after discovering that Sei Ito wasn't as she thought. Wang Shichong, have someone prepare a few rooms for us. I'll be staying here for the time being. Sei Ito turned to look at Wang Shichong, who had been standing respectfully at the side the entire time. Apart from the slight movement of his eyes when he heard Dong Shuni and Yang Xuyan's words, he had been standing respectfully at the side the entire time. Yes, my lord. Wang Shichong received the order and then led Sei Ito, Zhen Yi, Fanchan Miun, Tuki Emi, Fu Junzuo, and Wei Zhenzhen out of the reception room. They walked towards the rooms in the rear courtyard. Chapter 12:24. Wang Shichong first prepared a room for Sei Ito's group to stay in. Then, he brought his niece, Dong Shuni, who was also Sei Ito's living puppet, to set up a banquet to entertain Sei Ito and the others. Only then did he return to his room in his appearance as the ruler of Luoyang City. Before leaving with Wang Shichong, Dong Shuni reported to Sei Ito, "My lord, I have already sent a message to Yang Xuyan with a carrier pigeon. I believe he will be back soon." Sei Ito nodded slightly to show his understanding. "Let's go out and get some exercise." After Dong Shuni and Wang Shichong had completely disappeared, Sei Ito turned to look at Zhen Yi, Mayan Chantan, Emi Misato, Fu Junzuo, and Wei Zhenzhen. Zhen Yi and the others naturally did not object to this suggestion. They immediately followed Sei Ito out of the room, passed through the courtyard, and arrived outside the Wang residence. They boarded their own modified carriage, and moved in the direction of one of the destinations they had scouted out during their tour of Luoyang the day before. Under the pull of the two large horses, Sei Ito and the others quickly arrived at the destination they had chosen this time, the residence of the head of the Rong Chamber of Commerce, Rong Fengxiang. They stopped in front of the door. "Sir, may I know what business you have with my Rong residence?" Although he did not know where Sei Ito came from, he could tell that the other party was either rich or noble just by looking at the two horses pulling the carriage and the person's attire. The doorman did not dare to be presumptuous as he cautiously walked up to Sei Ito and asked, "Rong Fengxiang, is Boss Rong home?" Sei Ito asked casually, putting on airs. "Yes." The doorman hurriedly nodded and replied. Then, as if he understood, he asked, "Does sir want to see my master? Lead the way." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and spoke in an unquestionable voice that was laced with mental energy. "Yes." The doorman, who was affected by the mental force in the words, was stunned for a moment before he nodded instinctively. Then, he turned around and led Sei Ito and the others into the Rong residence and walked towards Rong Fengxiang's room. Rong Fengxiang was indeed the richest man in Luoyang City. Not only did the mansion he built cover a large area, it was like an independent small manor. The environment inside was also very elegant and novel. There were all kinds of expensive things everywhere, making people feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, the faint sounds of men and women making love could be heard from the elegant house that Sei Ito and the others were looking at. Sei Ito had a strange smile on his face when he heard the voice. He waved his hand to stop the doorman who was about to announce his arrival. He strode straight to the door of the house and raised his foot to kick it. Bang! The huge force caused the door to open from the middle, revealing the situation inside to Sei Ito and the others. He saw a middle-aged man with a fat body and a thick gold chain around his neck, looking like a nouveau riche, was lying on a bed with a carved canopy hanging on it. His gaze was cold as he stared at the door. Clearly, as an evil sect expert, he had already noticed that there was something unusual about this person before Sei Ito kicked the door. But thinking about it, with a martial artist's sensitive perception of the five gates, Rong Fengxiang or Pai Chen could easily detect the enemy's strength from the sound of their footstep. After all, in Sei Ito's group, There was still Wei Jinjin, who didn't know any martial arts. Even if the others, such as Fu Junzuo, Shinya, Yi, Senbata Miyun, and Tsukiki Emi, had all used their own methods to hide their presence, it was completely reasonable for the other party to detect them. You seem to be in a good mood, Big Boss Rong. Or perhaps I should say evil Taoist Pai Chen from Laojun Temple. Sei Ito casually waved his hand in front of him, as if he was waving away the dust floating in front of him, and the strange smell in the air. He looked at the corpse of the girl whose throat had been cut by Pai Chen and spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. What are you talking about? Rong Fengxiang pretended not to understand. You and I are both sensible people. There's no need to pretend. Sei Ito slowly walked towards Pai Chen, who was only wrapped around his waist to hide his body. Hand over the other half of the Heavenly Demon Book in your hands and I can consider sparing your life. Who are you? Pai Chen asked. I am Chen Shiqing, the newly appointed left Wuwei general. Chong and city guard. Sei Ito said with a fake smile on his face. At this time, Sei Ito and Pai Chen, who was disguised as Rong Fengxiang, were only one step away. However, at this time, Pai Chen's body moved. His right hand, which had transformed into a tiger claw, was wrapped in a black energy as it grabbed towards Sei Ito's chest. This was Pai Chen's best skill, 5 ultimate killing god hands. It was a skill that he had learned from the Heavenly Demon Book in Laojun Temple. Pai Chen, who used this set of martial arts, clearly had the intention of killing in one blow. Seeing the incoming attack, Ito Sei did not panic. He raised his arm in a relaxed manner and flicked the wrist of Pai Chen, who was about to grab him. He hit Pai Chen to the side, exposing his chest. At the same time, he lifted his foot and kicked forward. A heavy kick ruthlessly landed on Pai Chen's nearly naked body. Bang! The huge force caused Pai Chen to fly back like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him, leaving a huge irregular crack mark on the wall. Pai Chen, who had discovered that the person in front of him wasn't easy to deal with, snorted. He forcibly suppressed the nausea in his chest. With a backhand slap, he once again flew in front of Sei Ito. His hands repeatedly waved, creating a cold claw shadow that grabbed towards Sei Ito's vital points. Then, just as he was about to reach Sei Ito, he quickly turned around and bypassed Sei Ito, rushing towards the door behind him. He's giving you guys practice. Sei Ito casually waved his arm and used his green robe's hanging sleeve to display a martial art similar to the Taoist's heaven and earth sleeve. The soft cloud sleeve swept away the claw shadow that filled the sky. Okay. Yi happily agreed. He immediately flipped his hand and took out his long sword from the space bracelet on his wrist. Using the strengthening system's chi to cover the blade, he brandished his sword to meet the rushing Pai Chen. Seeing Ye's movements, Fu Junzuo and Masao, who had originally wanted to step forward, stopped. Together with Mayan Tanaka and Emi Toki, they took Wei Jinjin, who didn't know martial arts, and retreated to the side, creating a sufficient space for Yi and Pai Chen to fight. Pai Chen, who also saw Yi coming forward, didn't feel that Yi was very strong. He coldly smiled and once again stretched out his black claw to grab the blade that Yi was chopping down. Obviously, he didn't think that with the 5 ultimate killing gods hand activated, his palm, which was as hard as diamond, would lose to a strange sword. That's right, in Pai Chen's eyes, the Japanese sword that was improved from the Tang sword was a strange sword with a strange shape. But it was a pity that Pai Chen's estimation was wrong. The katana, which had already become very sharp under Sei Ito's forging, was even more exaggerated under the strengthening system's chi. It almost completely ignored the sinister black chi that wrapped around Pai Chen's palm and directly chopped his palm. With a muffled sound, Pai Chen's palm was cut off. Humph! Pai Chen, who didn't expect this to happen, immediately retracted his hand and turned around. His body was like a spinning top as he circled behind Yi. He used his uninjured left hand to grab at Ye's neck. Ye, who seemed to feel something, stepped forward and escaped from Pai Chen's claw by a hair's breadth. He appeared in another place 1 meter away. Then, with a tap of his foot, he used a sword style to turn into a shooting star and once again stabbed at Pai Chen. Pai Chen, who had long known that Ye's katana was sharp, didn't dare to meet it head-on. He immediately stirred up the Zhenqi in his body and used the highest level of Qinggong. He flew backwards and then, without stopping, turned around and ran outside. As a member of the demon sect, Pai Chen was well aware of the meaning of ancient sayings such as where there's a clear mountain, there's no need to fear a lack of firewood. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge 10 years later. But although he had thought it well, before he could run a few meters, he was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. I've already set up a defensive restriction around here. If you don't get what I want, you won't be able to escape, Pai Chen. At this time, Sei Ito's voice timely explained. While Sei Ito was speaking, Yi also stopped attacking. He still maintained an attacking posture and stared at Pai Chen, waiting for his reply. How can you guarantee that after I hand over the thing, you won't kill me to silence me? Pai Chen's eyes flickered as he slowly swept his gaze over Jinyi, Fu Junzuo, Fanchan Meiyun, Tuki Emimiri, and Wei Jinjin. While sensing their strength, he asked, "Right now I'm the knife and you're the fish. You can only trust me." Sei Ito smiled. Okay. The longer one stayed in Jianghu, the more afraid of death he was. In addition, with Ye's previous experience, Pai Chen completely didn't understand the real situation of Jinyi, Fanchan Meiyun, and Tuki Emimiri. He even felt suspicious about Fu Junzuo and Wei Jinjin's situation. Hearing Pai Chen's answer, Yi, who had just become a little interested, muttered uninterestedly. He dispersed the Zhenqi on his katana and retreated to the side. However, just as Pai Chen was about to approach Yi, his figure suddenly moved. Almost instantly, he appeared beside Yi and grabbed her shoulder with his intact left hand. Yi, who had just been attacked, narrowed her eyes. The Zhenqi that had just been withdrawn into her body once again fiercely erupted, forcing Pai Chen's hand away. At the same time, she lowered her shoulder and lowered her waist into a horse stance. A flowing golden jujube ruthlessly slammed into Pai Chen's chest. Kacha! One could almost hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Pai Chen's body immediately flew back like a cannonball under the impact of the flowing golden jujube. It wasn't until he hit Sei Ito's defensive barrier that he was stopped. Wah! Pai Chen, who had fallen to the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Tisk, as one of the 8 great experts of the demon sect, you're really lacking. You don't even have the heart to risk your life. What a waste of your cultivation. Sei Ito looked at Pai Chen, who was lying on the ground, and said with disdain. Chapter 12:25. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Many thanks to Nikfini for the tip. Finally, the cold was very uncomfortable. As the loser, Pai Chen didn't refute Ito-sei's words at all. He just endured the pain of his broken bones and got up from the ground. He looked at Ito-sei with cold eyes and didn't speak. Sei Ito was not angry at this. Instead, he chuckled and used psychokinesis on Pai Chen. Pai Chen's body uncontrollably floated in front of him, and he could only watch as Sei Ito's left hand grabbed his dantian. Humph! A moment later, Pai Chen sensed that the foundation of his sluggish true energy had been severed, and his face paled as he groaned. Although you're a little lacking and don't even have the qualifications to be my woman's sparring partner, you're still the sect master of a sect and have decent connections. You're still somewhat useful to my unification, so I'll save you. After using the Yin-Yang 5 elements sealing art to seal Pai Chen, Sei Ito waved his right hand, and the half of Pai Chen's hand that had fallen to the ground immediately floated to Sei Ito. Ito placed it in front of Pai Chen's severed hand, and then with a thought, he used the authority of the God of Life to refine a stream of pure life energy into Pai Chen's hand. In the next moment, the wound on Pai Chen's palm, which was wrapped in an inexplicable warm energy, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, it had completely disappeared, and it had once again returned to its original state. There wasn't even the slightest trace left behind. This. Pai Chen subconsciously moved his hand a few times to confirm that this was not an illusion, and his face was filled with shock. Fu Junzuo and Wei Jinjin were also shocked by Ito's methods. After all, to them, who were born in the world of the Great Tang, becoming a living person was far less shocking than reattaching a severed limb. On the other hand, Shinya, Yi, Mayan Fanchan, and Mei Suki, who often witnessed Ito's miraculous powers, didn't have any reaction and just watched as usual. After that, Ito waved his hand again and sent a stream of pure world energy into Pai Chen's body, reconnecting the broken bones in his chest. "Go and give me the Heavenly Demon Book," Ito said faintly as he released Pai Chen's telekinesis imprisonment. Pai Chen, who had been intimidated by Ito's godlike methods, didn't say anything. Nodding, he walked into the previous room and took out a dark brown solid wooden box from a hidden compartment. He walked out again and handed the box to Ito-sei. Ito didn't hesitate. He covered his hand with a layer of energy as a defense. Then, he grabbed the box and opened it. Immediately, a book made of unknown materials instantly appeared in front of Ito's eyes. After taking out the book, Ito threw the wooden box to Pai Chen and opened the book in front of him. Worthy of being the inheritance of Laojun Temple. In the whole half of the Heavenly Demon Book, except for a part of the dual cultivation method, the rest is all about alchemy and gathering herbs. It can make up for the lack of alchemy information in my hand, Ito said in his heart as he skimmed through the contents of this half of the Heavenly Demon Book. Use your blood to sign this contract, then drink this bottle of potion. Ito-sei, who had casually thrown half of the Heavenly Demon Book into the Rubik's Cube world, instantly took out a contract scroll made from the skin of a magical beast, as well as a test tube filled with nanomachines, and handed them to Pai Chen. Pai Chen's expression immediately changed. His eyes flickered as he stared at the beast skin scroll in Ito's hand and the liquid shining with a dark blue luster. He didn't move. Ito also didn't rush him. He just looked at Pai Chen with a smile that wasn't a smile, waiting for him to take the things. Sure enough, after less than 10 seconds, Pai Chen understood that he had no room to resist and tactfully reached out to take the two things. Then, he directly opened the glass test tube containing the nanomachines and poured it into his mouth. Then, he lowered his head and opened the scroll. After skimming through the contents of the contract, he bit his teeth. He opened his mouth and bit his finger. Using his hand as a pen, he wrote down his name on the scroll, Pai Chen. When the finger stopped, a dark and gloomy light immediately spread out from the scroll. After absorbing all of the blood left behind by Pai Chen, it turned into a stream of light and entered Pai Chen's forehead, who couldn't avoid it. How many people does the Yin Sunflower sect have in Luoyang? How many experts are there? Who is the core? Ito asked as he took back the contract scroll from Pai Chen's hand. I don't know the exact number, but it shouldn't be too many. There should be around 25 or 26 people. They use Manqing Courtyard as a stronghold. The current person in charge is Shangguan Long. Pai Chen knew that after drinking the unknown thing and signing the contract, which should have been made with evil techniques, he had no freedom. Thus, he very straightforwardly sold out his old ally, his old superior, and the Yin Sunflower sect. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he wanted to borrow the Yin Sunflower sect's hand to get rid of Ito's group. What about the elders? Ito asked again. After all, Luoyang is too close to Ci Hang Jing Temple and Meditation Temple. If the elders frequently appear here, it's very easy for the stronghold to be exposed. Moreover, it's not safe. Thus, apart from Zhu Yuyan occasionally coming to check on the situation, there are no high-level people here. Pai Chen shook his head. That's right, where's your good daughter, Rong Jiaojiao? At this time, Sei Ito suddenly changed the topic. Previously, Zhen Yi had already seen Sei Ito casually ask about a certain woman's behavior in the prince's estate. When he heard this, he inwardly curled his lips, but he didn't give a cold snort or show an expression like last time. She just went out to visit a friend and isn't home. If Darren needs it, I can immediately send someone to call her back to serve Darren. A strange light flashed through Pai Chen's eyes as he lowered his head. How does she feel? Sei Ito suddenly asked with a non-committal expression. Pai Chen's expression slightly changed as he cried out in surprise. Sei Ito's expression that all men were moved faintly smiled and reached out to pat Pai Chen's shoulder. Then, he turned around and walked out of the Rong estate while clearly saying, "My name is Chen Shiqing. If I need it in the future, I'll directly send someone to find you. For now, you can continue to disguise yourself." At the same time, Sei Ito, Zhen Yi, Fan Tan Mayan, Tsukiki Emi, Fu Junzuo, and Wei Zhenzhen also disappeared from Pai Chen's sight, hiding in the corner of the corridor. I didn't expect that Pai Chen, one of the demon sect's 8 great experts, would actually be so weak. After leaving the Rong estate, Sei Ito softly sighed. Since that's the case, let's go to Manchin Yuan and seize this place on the way. After saying this, he sat in the carriage with Zhen Yi and the others and drove the horses to Luoyang's largest and most famous brothel, Manchin Yuan. In ancient times, brothels weren't just brothels that provided sex and helped people get rid of their inner desires. At the same time, they were also responsible for cultural dissemination similar to modern entertainment companies. As Luoyang's largest brothel, Manchin Yuan, was even more so. Therefore, even during the day there were many young masters who pretended to be cultured, or those who thought they were talented enough to drink and socialize here, enjoying the singing and dancing of the singers who sold their skills but not their bodies. Therefore, when Sei Ito and the others arrived, Manchin Yuan was already in full swing and was filled with people. "Young master, are we really going to go in?" Wei Zhenzhen asked with some hesitation in a low voice. Of course we're going in. If you don't go in, what if my soul is stolen by the flower girls inside? Sei Ito looked at Wei Zhenzhen and teased. Humph. Zhen Yi coldly snorted when he heard Sei Ito's joke. Obviously, he didn't believe in Sei Ito's character. "See how I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." Sei Ito glanced at Zhen Yi, who was next to him, and put his head close to his ear. He spoke fiercely in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Sir, you're—" Seeing Sei Ito bring girls into the brothel, even the Manchin Yuan's receptionist was stunned. He didn't know what this young master meant. What? Could it be that your Manchin Yuan doesn't allow women to enter? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, "How could that be? Sir, please come in." The pimp quickly smiled and led Ito Sei and the others into the Manchin courtyard. Then, a spacious hall with several red-painted columns and pink gauze hanging on the top of the columns with several round tables under the vines immediately came into Ito Sei's sight. At the round tables placed under the gauze, rich young masters or men dressed like rich businessmen sat at the side. They held wine glasses or simply hugged the girls next to them and teased them. At the same time, there were several women wearing gauze clothes that faintly showed their graceful bodies dancing on the protruding platform in the hall to liven things up for the guests. Of course, the people sitting in the hall were those who didn't have much money or had ordinary identities. The people with real status were all sitting in the private rooms on the second and third floors, maintaining the basic mystery. However, with the arrival of Sei Ito and the others, The noisy environment in the hall instantly quieted down. Except for the drunk people, almost all the guests and some of the girls who were receptionists looked at Sei-Ito and the 6 women behind him in astonishment. "Sir, come with me," the man Qin Yuan, who had expected this kind of thing, quickly said. Then, he led Sei-Ito and the others up the stairs to the private rooms on the 2nd floor of Man Qin Yuan. "Tsk, what a beautiful girl. What big breasts. I really want to take a bite and play with them. That person is really awesome. He actually dares to bring women to the brothel." Then, the noisy discussion once again sounded in the hall of Man Qin Yuan. "What a pretty little lady." At this moment, a rough and frivolous voice sounded. "Brat, give me the women around you. I'll give you a good fortune." Sei-Ito frowned when he heard this and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Chapter 12:26. P.S. Thank you to Night Spirit, Boring Saint, Instacle Potato, and Stylish Spider for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfanny for their tips. P.S. I hate colds the most. If I'm not awake, I'm always sleepy. I need to make up for it. The person who spoke was nearly 7 chi tall. According to the standards of the Tang dynasty, he was about 1.9 meters in modern times. His figure was on the skinny side, and he wore a dark purple robe with a black belt around his waist. A jade pendant dangled from his waist. He had a long face, deep eye sockets, dark circles around his eyes, a straight nose and thin lip. At first glance, he gave off the image of a harsh, ungrateful, and excessively perverted prostitute. "Something interesting is about to happen. Who's that? You don't know him." "Who?" "Dugu clan's second master, Duguba." The noise that could be suppressed once again rang out in the Man Qin courtyard. Duguba? The drunkard who raped Shin Luoyen in the original work and was later killed by Ko Zhong? Sei-Ito thought to himself when he heard the discussions around him. But even though that was what he thought, Sei-Ito had no interest in interacting with Duguba. Thus, after figuring out the other party's identity, he turned around and spoke to Tanabe Meiyun. "Meiyun, I'll leave him to you. You sure know how to order people around," Tanabe Meiyun said expressionlessly. After speaking, Tanabe Meiyun, who was wearing a red and white witch robe that made people want to peek at her, walked over to Duguba step by step. "Sir." The pimp, whose heart was beating slightly, bent down and carefully spoke to Sei-Ito. "Oh, you're taking the initiative to deliver yourself to me? You're quite tactful, kid." Before the pimp could finish speaking, Duguba licked his lips with a perverted look on his face. His eyes were fixed on Tanabe Meiyun's half-exposed chest. At this moment, Tanabe Meiyun had already arrived in front of Duguba. Just as Duguba raised his hand to grab Tanabe Meiyun's chest, Duguba's expression suddenly changed. His claws quickly turned into claws as he swiped at Meiyun's neck. In the next moment, Fan Tan Meiyun, whose neck was being held by Duguba, disappeared from everyone's sight. "It's actually an illusion," the onlookers exclaimed in a low voice. At the same time, Tanabe Meiyun's figure appeared beside Duguba again, and reached out to grab his face. Duguba's pupils shrank when he saw this. He raised his hand to block his face. At the same time, he struck out with his other hand towards Tanabe Meiyun's body. But in the next moment, Tanabe Meiyun's figure disappeared again and reappeared beside Duguba. Her hand seemed to be completely unimpeded as she pressed her leg down. Taking advantage of the moment when Duguba's center of gravity was destroyed, he ruthlessly pressed Duguba's head onto the wooden floor of the 2nd floor of Man Qin courtyard. Bang! A large crack immediately appeared on the solid wooden floor under Meiyun's smashing. Large amounts of tiny wooden splinters flew out and left slender wounds on Duguba's wretched face. Drops of bright red blood seeped out from the wounds and flowed down Duguba's cheek. This exchange of blows seemed long, but it had taken less than 2 seconds. In the eyes of ordinary people, Dugaba had crashed to the ground the moment Tanabe Meiyun arrived in front of him. But if one thought about it carefully, this wasn't too surprising. The martial arts of the Twin Dragons' world of the Great Tang were completely different from those of Jin Yong's world. Momentum was more important than form, and in a normal fight, one would first gather momentum. Often, the stronger one's momentum was, the more one would be able to display one's fighting strength, even reaching the level where one could fight above their level. But it was precisely for this reason that when one's momentum was insufficient, one's strength would be easily affected. This defeat was inexplicable. As for Dugaba's failure this time, it was not entirely due to the problem of momentum, but rather it was due to the sensing of qi. The so-called sensing of qi was a kind of sixth sense that was produced through the interaction with the surrounding environment after one's strength and internal qi reached a certain level. It was the ability to perceive first, and through it, one could determine the opponent's attack position and the changes in reality and falsehood. Unfortunately, Tanabe Meiyun was the best at using momentum explosion in the world of the strongest disciple in history, which could completely affect the sensing of qi in the world of the Great Tang Empire. Therefore, when facing her, if one's mental state was not enough and his foundation was not solid enough, it was easy for him to be fooled by her momentum explosion technique that she could use as she pleased. In the end, Tanabe Meiyun cleverly grasped the loophole and succeeded in one strike. In the eyes of outsiders, this was really demonic. She was worthy of her title in the world of the strongest disciple in history, the woman of Demon Fist. "I'm going to kill you!" Dugaba, who had never been humiliated like this, roared. He gathered his Xiantian true qi and leaped up. His hands, fists, palms, sabers, and claws evolved into true qi phantoms that enveloped Tanabe Meiyun. Seeing the attack coming, Tanabe Meiyun's figure flashed and suddenly split into 7 or 8 identical qi phantoms that surrounded Dugaba's body. Each phantoms used momentum explosion techniques to pretend to attack, tricking Dugaba into subconsciously changing his body movements. When Dugaba's center of gravity was unknowingly destroyed again, Tanabe Meiyun reappeared beside Dugaba and used the Tanabe school jutsu to throw Dugaba to the ground. Bang! With another muffled sound, Dugaba was thrown to the ground with his face down, creating a human-shaped dent in the wooden floor. However, it had to be said that the Xiantian true qi in the world of Great Tang was top-notch in terms of body protection. Even with this degree of attack, it was only a flesh wound, far from the degree of internal injury that would cause him to lose the ability to fight. Tanabe Meiyun probably also realized that a simple throw wouldn't do much to Dugaba. She twisted her wrist, and Dugaba's arm that she was grabbing immediately broke with a "kacha" sound, forming a strange twisted shape. Ah! Dugaba, who was suffering from the pain of having his arm broken, let out a mournful howl. Tanabe Meiyun then swung her arm and threw Dugaba's body like a broken cloth bag towards Seito. Without needing Seito's order, Yeye's figure immediately appeared in front of him and used the jujube technique to catch Dugaba's flying body. With a twist, Dugaba's other arm also broke with a "kacha" sound, turning into a strange shape. Then, Yeye swung his arm and threw Dugaba's body to the ground. With a kick, Dugaba's thigh followed in the footsteps of his arm and broke in the middle. That was it. Even though Dugaba didn't suffer any internal injuries, he had basically lost the ability to fight. His body twitched as he howled in pain. Seeing this, the bystanders who were watching the show all sucked in a breath of cold air, fearful of Seito's ruthlessness. "Bring me to the private room." Seito glanced at the constricted eyes of the pimp beside him and said indifferently, "Yes, my lord." The pimp hurriedly replied, "Knock him out and drag him away. Since we ran into him, we might as well take advantage of him." Seito turned his head and ordered Fu Junzuo. Fu Junzuo didn't say anything when he heard this. He walked straight to Dugaba, whose face was filled with hatred, and kicked him unconscious. Then, he leaned over and grabbed his collar. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged him to the private room with Sei Ito's group. Crazy. Crazy. Someone actually dares to touch the whiskers of the Dugu Financial Group. There will be a good show to watch later. After Sei Ito's group disappeared, an even louder discussion sounded in the Manchin courtyard. While the others were discussing, there were also a few quick-witted people who quickly left the Manchin courtyard and headed to the Dugu Financial Group's territory in Luoyang City to inform the Dugu Financial Group. Get familiar with them. I want to see Shangguan Long on the other side. Sei Ito, who was sitting in a private room, looked at the pimp standing not far away and ordered. This. The pimp's face showed hesitation. He didn't know how to answer. Tell him that General Zhuo Wei and Chang and Garrison Chen Shiqing have a business to discuss with him. Sei Ito continued. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the pimp suddenly raised his head and looked at Sei Ito. After confirming that the other party wasn't joking, his face became serious. He bowed and cupped his hands, then quickly turned and left the room. He reported to the shopkeeper of the Manchin courtyard. Shangguan Long Sei Ito wasn't surprised at all by the pimp's behavior. After all, the pimp was the first person in the brothel to come in contact with the guests other than the procuress. As a stronghold of the Kuei sect, the Manchin courtyard had to make special arrangements for the pimp. When special people came, the pimp would inform the courtyard to have the disciples in charge of gathering information to accompany them to drink or sleep with them. More than 5 minutes later, along with the sudden opening of the private room's door, a man with a pair of protruding ears appeared. He was neither tall nor big. He looked to be around 50 years old. His face was pale, his eyes were swollen, and he looked like he had overindulged himself. He held a steel dragon-head iron crutch and was led into the private room by the pimp who had left earlier. You must be the newly promoted General Zhuo Wei and Chang and Garrison Chen Shiqing, General Chen Shiqing. This one is the shopkeeper of the Manchin courtyard, Shangguan Long. I didn't know the general was coming, so please forgive me. Shangguan Long said apologetically with a smile on his face. It's fine. Those who don't know are not guilty. Sei Ito said arrogantly. Shangguan Long waved his hand at the pimp next to him, indicating for him to leave. The pimp tactfully bowed and left the private room. He then closed the door behind him. Seeing this, Ito Senari smiled and pretended to be frivolous as he raised his arm and waved it. Then, it fell to the waist of Zhen Yi, who was sitting next to him, and pulled Zhen Ye's body into his arms. However, without Shangguan Long noticing, a transparent restriction quickly spread out and enveloped the entire private room. Shangguan Long, who was sitting in the chair opposite Sei Ito, asked with a puzzled expression, I wonder what the general is looking for me for? I want to talk about a business deal. A business deal that is quite important to me. Sei Ito leaned back in his chair and looked at Shangguan Long with a smile on his face. He then used his mental strength to connect with Chantan Meiyun, Yi, and Fu Junzuo and gave the order to attack. In the next moment, just as Shangguan Long focused his mind and prepared to listen carefully to Sei Ito's words, Fu Junzuo, who was standing to the side, suddenly drew his sword and split it into sword lights that stabbed toward Shangguan Long. Shangguan Long, who had a bad omen in his heart, didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately raised his staff to protect himself and blocked all of Fu Junzuo's sword light. However, before Shangguan Long could feel at ease, Chantan Meiyun's figure suddenly appeared beside him. She released a deceptive burst of aura, forcing Shangguan Long, who had to focus on dealing with Fu Junzuo's attack and rely on his perception of aura, to forcefully withdraw his attack and change his position. After this exchange, Shangguan Long immediately felt a tightness in his chest. An abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. However, at this moment, Ye's figure suddenly appeared behind Shangguan Long. He twisted his arm and struck out with a dragon-shaped needle forging technique, ruthlessly bombarding Shangguan Long's back. Bang! With a muffled sound, a pale white pillar of qi as thick as an arm shot out from Shangguan Long's chest and slowly disappeared into the air. Pfff! Shangguan Long, who was already feeling tightness in his chest from forcefully changing his attack, couldn't endure it any longer. He immediately spat out a mouthful of bright red blood and took a step forward, his breathing chaotic. Swish, 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 swish. Fu Junzuo saw this and quickly rushed forward. He used the long sword in his hand to leave long and narrow wounds on Shangguan Long's body, forcing Shangguan Long to flee. His legs went weak and he crashed into the round table in the room filled with wine and dishes. He fell to the ground along with the overturned table. It had to be said that Shangguan Long was very tragic. He was surrounded by 3 experts who weren't any weaker than him in a one-on-one fight. As a result, he didn't even have the chance to use his demonic arts before he was completely defeated. It was a very sullen loss. At this time, Seito, who had been sitting on the side, pointed his finger. A stream of energy instantly shot out from his finger and entered Shangguan Long's body. It turned into a small energy barrier and sealed Shangguan Long's qi. Shangguan Long, who was already injured, paled after his qi was sealed. His expression immediately became even more dispirited. Seeing this, Seito didn't hold back. He immediately released his psychic energy and enveloped Shangguan Long's body. Taking advantage of the moment when Shangguan Long's mind was damaged due to his injuries, Seito's psychic energy invaded the depths of Shangguan Long's mind and began hypnotizing him. The hypnotizing process went very smoothly. After a little more than 10 minutes, Seito had planted a psychic seed in the depths of Shangguan Long's mind. Shangguan Long became Seito's puppet under the constant mental suggestion. Well, speaking of which, my actions are somewhat similar to those who cultivate the Tao Heart demonic seed technique and plant demonic seeds everywhere. Should I disguise myself as someone from the extreme evil sect and unify the demonic sects? Seito thought as he casually threw out a ball of life energy to heal Shangguan Long's injuries. I just happened to steal the demonic emperor's relic when I left the palace through the secret passage after meeting Yang Guang. It doesn't seem like I can't do that. Seito immediately cast these useless thoughts aside. After all, his goal was the entire Great Tang world. He wasn't interested in unifying the demonic sections. If he had the time, he might as well go to the Legend of Qin. Chapter 12:27. Since he had Shangguan Long under control, Seito waved his hand and put away the restrictions he had placed in the room. Then, he left the private room under Shangguan Long's guidance and switched to another clean and tidy private room to sit down. However, just as Seito was asking Shangguan Long for information about the Yin Sunflower sect, a carriage overbearingly and arrogantly galloped on the street over 100 meters away from Manqin Courtyard, quickly moving towards Manqin Courtyard. In just over 10 seconds, the carriage had traveled over 100 meters and stopped at the entrance of Manqin Courtyard. "Old madam, young miss, we've arrived at Manqin Courtyard," the driver of the carriage respectfully said to the carriage. The moment she finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage was immediately lifted by a slender hand. Then, a petite young girl dressed in black walked out of the carriage. There was a lady's sword that was shorter than a normal gentleman's sword hanging from her waist. She had a beautiful face that was cold and frosty, but her face was lively even in silence. Her expression was charming, and she had a strange temperament that made people feel young and beautiful at first glance, but the more they looked at her, the more they would fall for her. She bent her body and walked out of the carriage. Then, she turned around and placed her hand in front of the carriage once more. In the next moment, A skinny hand covered in old wrinkles stretched out of the carriage and pressed against the young girl's outstretched hand. Then, an old woman wearing gorgeous clothes and holding a dragon-headed walking stick walked out of the carriage. Her ash-gray hair was tied up high on her head with 4 to 5 gold and silver hairpins. Cough, cough, cough. The old madam who had jumped out of the carriage suddenly coughed violently like an asthma patient. However, the young girl at the side seemed to have become accustomed to it. Her face did not reveal the slightest bit of worry. Instead, her eyes revealed curiosity as she sized up Man-Chin Courtyard, the famous azure dragon in Luoyang City. "Feng go in," the old madam said. "Yes, grandmother." The young girl's voice was crisp as she replied. Then, she gently supported the old madam's arm and walked into Man-Chin Courtyard, where only men would come. "Ah, it's old Madame Yu of the Dugu organization and Dugu families, third young Miss Dugu Feng." As soon as the two of them entered Man-Chin Courtyard, some sharp-eyed and knowledgeable people called out their identities in a low voice. "Why are they here?" someone who did not know what was going on asked in confusion. "Haven't you heard? Dugu organization's second master Duguba's limbs were just broken in Man-Chin Courtyard and detained. As Dugu organization's old madam and Duguba's mother, how could old madam you not come?" A kind person explained. "Who's so bold? Who dares to provoke the Dugu organization? Who knows? But one thing is, there's a good show to watch. Lead the way." Old Madam Yu ignored the discussions around her and ordered a pimp with an expressionless face. Yes. The pimp had no choice but to nod his head and agree. However, at the same time, he led the people over. Two's Aza. After all, the big boss, Shang Guanlong, was still there. If he didn't do his job well, he would definitely be punished afterward. Dang, dang, dang. The quick-witted waiter quickly ran out of the private room. He reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Shang Guanlong raised his head and looked at Saito. Seeing that he had no reaction, he said. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the closed door immediately opened with a strange sound. Then, a young man in a gray uniform quickly walked into the room and whispered in Shang Guanlong's ear. With Saito's hearing, he naturally heard what the servant was reporting. "Dugu organization's old Madame Yu and Dugu Feng are here. Lu Er is bringing them over." "I got it. You can leave first," Shang Guanlong said with a wave of his hand. The coachman nodded and quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. "Sir, Dugu organization's old Madame Yu and third Miss Dugu Feng are here. What do you think?" Shang Guanlong asked respectfully. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it," Saito said faintly. "Yes." Seeing this, Shang Guanlong agreed and stood up from the chair. He turned and walked towards the door to welcome Yu Chuhong and Old Lady Yu. After all, Yu Chuhong's status was enough for him, the shopkeeper of Man-Chin Courtyard, to take the initiative to welcome her. Otherwise, it would be easy for rumors to spread, which would be detrimental to the development of Man-Chin Courtyard and even the Luoyang gang. "I didn't know that old Madame Yu was coming. Shang Guanlong has failed to welcome you. Please forgive me, forgive me." Shang Guanlong's gentle and amiable voice faintly rang out. "Humph. Because of Duguba, old Madame Yu found Man-Chin Courtyard to be an eyesore no matter how she looked at it." She coldly snorted and ignored Shang Guanlong's polite greetings, walking past him toward Saito's private room. Shang Guanlong's eyes flashed as he gave a dry laugh and quickly followed, returning to Saito's private room with Yu Chuhong and Dugu Feng. "I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant and tyrannical, not placing my Dugu clan in their eyes." So it was His Majesty's newly appointed Left Guard General Chen Shicheng, Lord Chen. But why has Lord Chen come to the eastern capital of Luoyang instead of guarding the capital in Chang'an? Could it be that you have some unspeakable goal? Yu Chuhong, who had clearly seen Ito Mori's appearance, said sarcastically. I naturally have my reasons for coming to Luoyang, and there is no need for old Madame Yu to worry about them. But old Madame Yu, for you to bring young Lady Feng to a brothel like Manqing Courtyard, could it be that you want to teach third young lady about human relations? If so, this general would be very happy to take care of her. Sei To was not at all surprised that Yu Chuhong had been able to recognize him. After all, she was one of the 4 great clans of the Great Sui dynasty. It would be a joke if she couldn't obtain information about him. But even though she was one of the 4 great clans, Sei To was not at all afraid. He used a frivolous and even rude tone to reply. Impudent! Rogue! Yu Chuhong and Dugu Feng both roared. I'm a rogue? Even if I'm a rogue, I can't compare to old Madame Yu's second son, young Lady Feng's second uncle, Dugu Ba. He actually dared to take liberties with my woman right in front of me. I'm already giving the Dugu clan face by not killing him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing a living Dugu Ba right now, but a corpse. Sei To gestured with one hand and sneered when Fu Junzuo threw Dugu Ba to Yu Chuhong's feet. Lord Chern has such a big temper. Yu Chuhong's aura surged as she suppressed Sei To and the others. That powerful aura was like a gust of wind, causing Yu Chuhong's clothes and the cloth in the room to flutter. What? Old Madame Yu is not going to bring your son home? Are you going to stay here as a guest? Sei To said with a smile. At the same time, he released his aura and used it to suppress Yu Chuhong and Dugu Feng. Yu Chuhong, who felt the change in Sei To's aura, narrowed her eyes, and her expression turned grave. At the same time, Dugu Feng looked at Sei To with deep interest. I didn't expect Lord Chen to be a martial Dao expert, Yu Chuhong said with narrowed eyes. I can't help it. The world is not clean, and people's hearts are sinister. Without some skills, how would I dare to venture out? Sei To chuckled as he shrugged. Las Feng, bring along your disappointing second uncle. Let's go. Yu Chuhong looked deeply at Sei To for a moment before she turned around and said to Dugu Feng. Yes, grandmother. Dugu Feng replied in a crisp voice. She then walked to the unconscious Dugu Ba and squatted down. She used one hand to lift him up by the collar. After looking at Sei To again, she carried Dugu Ba and quickly followed old Madame Yu out of Manqing Courtyard. At this moment, Sei To seemed to have thought of something as he said with a smile, Oh right, what did 0229 see? CC still remembered me. I forgot to mention. As a punishment, I sealed Dugu Ba's inner strength. I hope old Madame Yu doesn't mind. This old one will remember Lord Chen's kindness. I will definitely repay you in the future. Yu Chuhong stopped in her tracks and replied with gritted teeth. That's great. If old Madame Yu is willing to betroth little Feng to me, that would be great. Sei To continued shamelessly, as though he couldn't hear any good or bad words. Who wants to marry you? Dugu Feng said angrily. Humph. Yu Chuhong snorted and ignored the shameless Sei To. She walked out of Manqing Courtyard with Dugu Feng, who was carrying Dugu Ba, and sat on a carriage to rush back to the Dugu Financial Organization's Luoyang clan. Lord, this isn't good. Shangguan Long looked at Sei To and said hesitantly. There's nothing good about it. Since we're going to be enemies sooner or later, we might as well offend them even more. We can use this opportunity to probe the Dugu Financial Organization's bottom line. Sei To sneered. As part of Yang Guang's harem, the Dugu Financial Organization could be said to be loyal to the Sui dynasty. They had an inherent conflict with Sei To, who wanted to overthrow the Sui dynasty and complete the great task of changing the dynasty. Although he could also use hypnotism to control the Dugu Financial Organization's upper echelons, this method of fundamentally changing their ideology was too unstable. Sei To didn't have the time to do this. It was troublesome enough. From today onwards, pay close attention to the Dugu Financial Organization's movements. Sei To then looked at Shangguan Long and ordered. Yes. Shangguan Long respectfully accepted the order. After that, Seito and the others stayed in Manqing Courtyard for a while to enjoy the folk songs and dances of this era. When the sky was completely dark, he left Manqing Courtyard with Zhen Yi, Fan Tanmiun, Tuki Meili, Wei Zhenzhen, and Fu Junzuo. They sat in their own modified carriage and returned to Wang Shichong's residence. Want to run? No way. After returning to the side room, Seito fiercely hugged Jinyi, who was caught off guard, and whispered into her ear with a mischievous smile. Then, with a slight thought, he used his teleportation ability to remove their clothes, making them both naked. He then appeared on the bed in the side room and lowered his head to kiss Zhen Yi's lip. After the initial shock, Zhen Yi softly moaned and stretched out her arms to hug Seito's neck, passionately responding. Chapter 12:28. On this night, accompanied by a gentle breeze, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the forest outside the Zen Temple of Meditation. It stood on the tip of a towering ancient tree, swaying in the wind like cotton. This black shadow was none other than Seito. His purpose in coming to the Zen Temple of Meditation this time was to investigate whether the jade annulus of He clan was here, or whether it was still in the hands of the elusive Ning Daoqi. Soon after, Seito took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from the top of the ancient tree and reappeared inside the Zen Temple of Meditation. He stopped at the top of the building that looked like a big clock, and the only door was made of thick brass. Then, he suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the air. This monk is Liao Kong, right? Itose, who had used the earth escape technique to blend himself into the building and used his spiritual perception to explore, looked at the young monk who was sitting cross-legged on a futon in the empty hall and gently twirling prayer beads with his fingers. Then, Seito withdrew his perception from the vicinity of Liao Kong and probed the inside of the square wooden box placed on the Buddha's incense stick. There are no obstructions, and I don't detect any strange energy fluctuations. In other words, the jade annulus of He clan is still in the hands of Ning Daoqi. Seito frowned as he didn't detect anything strange from the square wooden box. It seems that I can only wait for the next time to steal it. Thinking of this, Seito's figure reappeared at the top of the building outside. He used instant transmission to disappear from the Zen Temple of Meditation and moved toward Hang Jingjai, which had also set up its mountain gate nearby. As absolute allies, Hang Jingjai's mountain gate was not far from the Zen Temple of Meditation. Seito used instant transmission twice to appear in Hang Jingjai, which was surrounded by a large bamboo forest. The courtyard was simple and natural, and it looked like an otherworldly wonderland. At this time, Shi Feishuan should have left the mountain, Seito thought with some uncertainty. Speaking of which, Seito really didn't know when Shi Feishuan left the mountain. In the original novel, when the Shuang Long boarded the Song family's salt ship, Song Lu mentioned that Hang Jingjai's successor met with an accident, and they borrowed the jade annulus of He clan's name to select a famous ruler. Based on this timeline, not only Shi Feishuan should have left the mountain by now, she should also have left the mountain. Moreover, it should have been raining for more than a month. Forget it. Who cares if she went down the mountain or not? In any case, the purpose of coming here this time is to steal the swordsmanship manual, not to observe some Shi Feishuan. Seito thought to himself as he tossed the useless thoughts in his mind to the side. Then, his figure flashed, and he used instant transmission to quickly search the benevolent boathouse. Very soon, just above the door of the hall, a plaque with the words Scripture Pavilion appeared in Itosei's vision. Itosei's mind moved. He appeared in the Scripture Pavilion of Kind Boathouse in a flash. Two people's auras, Seito, who was hiding between the bookshelves where the sutras were placed, sensed the feedback from his spread-out perception. He detected two auras that were only slightly weaker than the strongest expert he had seen so far, Yu Chuhong, and thought to himself. Then, he stretched his hands forward, and the two forearms immediately disappeared in front of Sei Ito. They appeared separately behind the two auras that he had detected from the feedback of his perception. With a light pat, the two unprepared people were instantly knocked unconscious. Thump, thump. Almost at the same time, the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground rang out in the sutra depository. Sei Ito, who had retracted his arms, smiled slightly and began to blatantly search the sutra depository pavilion. It didn't matter whether the sutras he saw were Buddhist sutras, martial arts manuals, or other ancient books. As long as it was a book, Sei Ito put them all into the Rubik's Cube world without missing a single one. When Sei Ito stole the swordsmanship manual and left the Sutra Depository Pavilion, the Sutra Depository Pavilion, which was originally filled with all kinds of rare books, was empty. Only a few bookshelves were still standing in place. So this is the swordsmanship manual, Sei Ito, who was sitting on the bed in the side room, said in realization as he closed the swordsmanship manual in his hands. The so-called swordsmanship manual was actually somewhat similar to the Taoist sword cultivation. However, the core idea of the swordsmanship manual was the idea of Buddhism's Bodhi wisdom, so it was not the same as the Taoist sword cultivation of the primordial soul. Therefore, it was specious, but it could be considered a different stream. It could be regarded as an excellent ancient book that sought nothingness with the sword and sought transcendence. No wonder that Guy Ning Daochi would be injured by the contents of the swordsmanship manual. The contents of the swordsmanship manual and the Taoist cultivation method that he cultivated were two different systems. He was lucky that he didn't suffer any serious injuries after trying it out. Sei Ito, who had casually put away the swordsmanship manual, sneered. However, in order to build momentum for Ci Hang Jing Zhai, he didn't even want the face of a Taoist successor and rushed to hug other people's thighs. He wasn't afraid of losing face. As for the swordsmanship manual, Sei Ito, who had taken off his clothes and was hugging Ye's warm and soft body, said in his heart, "Ah Cheng." Ye murmured in a daze. Then, she moved her body and changed into a more comfortable position to curl up in Sei Ito's embrace. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled slightly, gently stroked Mohaye's smooth back, leaned out his head, kissed her forehead, and closed his eyes to rest. In the next few days, Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, either accompanied Yi, Zhenyi, and Wei Zhenjin out for a stroll or stayed in Wang Shichong's mansion to watch Fu Junzuo, Fan Tan Meiyun, and Tu Chihue Meili cultivate. He also gave pointers to Zhen Yi, and Fu Junzuo in the aspects that he knew, increasing their power. It was as if he wasn't the main culprit who had caused Ci Hang Jing Zhai's master, Fan Qinghui, and a servant disciple to be in a state of chaos. The only thing that was close to being sent out was him. "Milord, Yang Xuyan has arrived in Luoyang." On this morning, Dong Shuni, who was wearing a waitress's robe that revealed half her chest, came to Sei Ito's small courtyard. She spoke to Sei Ito, who was lying on a bamboo rocking chair and basking in the sun under Wei Zhenjin's care. "Oh!" Ito-sei raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and let out a low groan. "He and I have agreed to meet in a small courtyard outside Luoyang's western market. If Milord wishes to see him, please come with me," Dong Shuni continued. "All right, I'll go with you," Sei Ito said as he sat up from the bamboo rocking chair. "Zhenjin, if Yi and the others ask, just say that I went out," Sei Ito said to Wei Zhenjin. "I understand, young master," Wei Zhenjin replied softly. "Let's go," Sei Ito smiled as he nodded at Wei Zhenjin. He turned around and walked towards Dong Shuni. Dong Shuni did not hesitate and immediately brought Sei Ito out of the prince's estate through the courtyard. She boarded the carriage that had been prepared beforehand and slowly headed towards the small courtyard where she and Yang Xuyan had agreed to meet. Shuni's appearance today is very attractive. Seito, whose body swayed along with the movement of the carriage, extended his hand and lightly stroked Dong Shuni's delicate face as he spoke frivolously. That is because Milord usually only has his eyes on the few big sisters and did not notice Shuni. Shuni has always dressed like this in the past. Feeling the warmth coming from her cheeks, Dong Shuni's cheeks blushed slightly as she said in a sweet voice. Is that so? I thought that today you were going to see the lover of Chao Simu, that's why you dressed up so beautifully. It seems that Milord was wrong. His hand moved down and slid down Dong Shuni's shoulder to her arm. He pulled forcefully and pulled Dong Shuni's body into his embrace. His other hand went through Dong Shuni's clothes and held Dong Shuni's full chest as he teased. Milord, Dong Shuni's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation and confusion as she softly called out. The road was too boring. What's wrong with looking at 5,250? CC should remember me. Shuni, please bear with it. Seito looked at Dong Shuni in his embrace with an ambiguous expression as he spoke with a smile. Yes, Shuni understands. Dong Shuni replied in a tender voice. She then changed her position so that her back was leaning against Seito's chest. At the same time, this made it easier for Seito to do whatever he wanted to her. Shuni is indeed very well behaved, Seito said with a light smile. Afterwards, the two didn't speak. The carriage returned to silence. Only Seito's hand that was slowly doing strange things on Dong Shuni's chest and Dong Shuni's body, whose cheeks were red and breathing slightly swayed along with the carriage, increasing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. I wonder what Yang Xuyan will do if he sees this situation? Seito, who was lost in thought, slightly narrowed his eyes as he thought mischievously. Milord, we've arrived. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage slowly came to a stop and the coachman reminded her. Dong Shuni's expression shook when she heard the coachman's reminder. She hurriedly struggled to free herself from Seito's embrace. Her expression was somewhat flustered as she tidied up her somewhat messy clothes and hair. After confirming that there were no problems, she stood up and walked out of the carriage. Milord! But just as she was about to lift the curtain, Dong Shuni suddenly remembered that there was someone else beside her. She stopped and turned to look at Seito. You can go in. I'll use other methods to enter. Seito put his hand to his nose and lightly sniffed the remnants of Dong Shuni's body fragrance as he spoke with a smile. Then I'll go in. Dong Shuni's face reddened when she saw this. She hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked out of the carriage. Her expression was dignified and somewhat impatient as she quickly walked to the small courtyard beside the carriage. She opened the door and walked in. After Dong Shuni left, Seito didn't stay in the carriage for long. He also used instant transmission to disappear from the carriage and appeared in a room in the small courtyard. He then used Earth Escape to hide underground and used his perception to investigate the situation in the small courtyard. Soon, the image of a young man who was hugging and kissing Dong Shuni appeared in Seito's perception. It was a young man who was hugging and kissing Dong Shuni and looked like he was about to do something to her at any moment. Yang Xuyan, huh? Since you're so impatient, I'll wait until you take off your pants before I make my move. I just hope that you won't be so scared that you won't have erectile dysfunction at that time, Seito thought mischievously. Chapter 12:29. P.S. Thank you to Instant Potato and Nickfanny for their tip. Thank you to Waves in the Pine Forest for your evaluation vote. Just when Yang Xuyan placed Dong Shuni on the wooden bed in the bedroom like a little white pig, he also took off all his clothes and was about to press down on her. However, Ito-sei's figure suddenly appeared beside the bed and chopped Yang Xuyan's neck before he could react. Plop. Yang Xuyan, who had fainted in an instant, fell heavily onto Dong Shuni's body. Ugh! Dong Shuni, whose body had been smashed, frowned slightly and let out a low moan. "Master." Seeing Sei-Ito suddenly appear beside the bed, Dong Shuni, who had carefully pushed away her lover on top of her, sat up on the bed and called out softly with a blush on her face. As expected of one of Luoyang's two beauties, "Shuni, your body is truly alluring," Sei-Ito said with a smile as he reached out and pinched Dong Shuni's chest a few times. "Master, how do you plan to deal with Yang Xuyen?" Enduring the strange feeling coming from her chest, Dong Shuni, who did not use a blanket to cover her body, asked in a low voice with a hesitant expression. Clearly, in her heart, the safety of her most beloved Yang Xuyen was more important. It was so important that she could ignore the mental suggestion in her mind and ask, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. After all, he is your lover, isn't he?" Sei-Ito said with an ambiguous smile. "Thank you, master," Dong Shuni said softly with a red face. "Go, take something to block his plaything for me. I have no interest in looking at a man's *X, Sei-Ito ordered as he retracted his hand. Dong Shuni naturally understood what Sei-Ito meant by plaything. She reached out with a red face and grabbed the clothes beside her. She shyly covered Yang Xuyen's waist with the clothes, then stood up and put on the underwear beside her. Ito Sei glanced at the graceful figure of Dong Shuni, then retracted his gaze and spread out his spiritual force to cover Yang Xuyen's head. He broke through the defense and went into his sea of consciousness. Just like the situation just now, he created an illusion in Yang Xuyen's mind that he was making love with Dong Shuni to numb his consciousness defense. Then, when it was about time, he hypnotized him in a subtle way. Under normal circumstances, people who practiced the heaven-mending Tao were the most affected by the consciousness. They were a group of people who were hypnotized by Ito Sei and planted with spiritual seed. After all, the Butian Tao walked the path of the pre-Qin dynasty assassins. It emphasized the concept of sacrificing oneself to save the common people. Their minds. They were also the group of people who would not be easily affected by the 5 colors of the outside world. Even though Yang Xuyen cultivated the heaven-mending Tao's cultivation method, and also achieved the assassin's methods as described in the cultivation method, because of his background, his thoughts were too complicated. He could not reach the level of being as firm as a rock. Moreover, Sei-Ito had targeted Dong Shuni, one of the few holes in his heart. In the end, he ended up like the others and became a puppet loyal to Sei-Ito. Even in this situation, he still doesn't forget his position. Should I say, as expected of the Yang family's bloodline, Sei-Ito sighed as he retracted his mental energy. Actually, to be honest, Yang Xuyen's life was indeed very pitiful. Originally, he was an imperial grandson of a noble family, so much so that he might even become the 3rd-generation crown prince. But his father died in Yang Guang's hands in the struggle for the throne, so that he directly fell from the original 3rd-generation crown prince to an ordinary imperial relative. Moreover, usually he had to endure the hatred in his heart and live under Yang Guang's care. And then, because he was young and did not know the affairs of the world, he was abducted by Shi Zhishuan into the demonic school's heaven-mending Tao. He practiced the most emotion-severing and heartless heaven-mending Tao, and became a guy who could only live in the shadow for the rest of his life. Even though he had his beloved Dong Shuni, later on, driven by his wild ambition, he endured the pain and offered her to Li Yuan, that old lecher, and ended up alone. As for fighting 1 against 4, fighting a big battle against Ko Zhong and the others, and finally dying, it was a relief for him instead. Speaking of which, Shuni, you really should thank me. Sei-Ito looked up at Dong Shuni, who was fully dressed, standing pretty on the side, and spoke with a mysterious smile on his face. What? Dong Shuni asked with a baffled look on her delicate and naive face. Because I changed your fate so that you won't end up in such a tragic state in the future, Sei-Ito said with a chuckle. Dong Shuni blinked, and the Yu family looked at Sei-Ito in confusion. They did not know what he was talking about. Heh heh. Seito chuckled and did not explain further. At that moment, Yang Xuyen woke up from his coma with a pained groan. Xuyen. When Dong Shuni saw this, she quickly went to the bedside and supported Yang Xuyen. She called out in concern. What's wrong with me? Yang Xuyen asked softly with a pained expression. He crawled up from the bed with Dong Shuni's help and placed a hand on his forehead. Then, he sat up and looked at his surroundings with a slightly dazed look in his eyes. Then, his expression changed. He quickly pushed Dong Shuni away and got off the bed before he bowed to Seito. My lord, do you have the heavenly demon scripture of the Heaven-Mend Path with you? Seito nodded and asked straightforwardly. No, Yang Xuyen replied. What about the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture? Seito asked again. It wasn't originally with me, but I managed to obtain its essence. If you need it, I can write it down in ink, Yang Xuyen replied. Very well. Write it down, Seito said as he waved his arm and a dozen pieces of white paper flew over to Yang Xuyen. Yes. Yang Xuyen took the white paper in front of him and replied. Then, he turned around and walked to the wooden table at the side and sat down. With Dong Shuni grinding the ink, he wrote down from memory the supreme secret technique of De Ming Zun sect that he had learned from De Ming Zun sect's Grand Venerable Su Kaishan, the Imperial Myriad Hair origin scripture. My lord. After a while, Yang Xuyen, who had finished writing the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture, stood up from his chair and walked over to Seito with the paper in his hands. Seito took the paper that was filled with black words and looked at it. The Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture did not have much content. It was only a little over 1,000 words. With Seito's reading speed, it only took him about a minute to read it. Then, he finished reading the entire scripture without missing a single word. As expected, it is a supreme technique that can split the stream. Seito sighed as he put the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture that Yang Xuyen had copied into the Rubik's Cube World Library. According to the original description, the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture was a special technique that allowed the cultivator to control the air, water, and other formless substances to turn into solid iron walls and thousands of sharp blades to attack and defend. In terms of mode, it was very similar to the power of psychokinesis. Now that he had the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture in his hands, Seito was completely sure that the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture was a supreme secret technique for cultivating mental strength. In the Tang Empire, where martial arts were the most important, it was like a secret technique for cultivating immortality. It should be said that the Tang Empire is indeed a martial arts world that is closest to a Xuanhuan world. There are so many strange things. The 5-colored stone that has lost its effect, the demonic Emperor's Saraira that I have already obtained, the jade annulus of He that has not yet appeared but is confirmed to have strange existences, and the war god temple that is hidden in the void. TSK, it's getting more and more interesting. Seito's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Right, if I ask you to go and get the Tianma book now, how long will it take for you to come back? Seito, who had temporarily put his thoughts aside, turned his head and asked Yang Xuyen, who had already put on his inner clothes. 5 days, Yang Xuyen said with certainty. That's good. I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, I'll come here to get the Tianma book, Seito said with a nod. Yes, Yang Xuyen replied with his head lowered. Okay, I won't disturb you two lovers. I'm leaving. Seito gave Dong Shuni an ambiguous wink. Then, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Wang Shichong's residence. He appeared at Ye Ye's side. In the following 5 days, Seito continued to spend the day either accompanying Zhen Yi Weizhenjin or casually taking Dong Shuni out for a stroll or guiding Zhen Yi and Fu Junzuo in their cultivation. Occasionally, he would flirt with Dong Shuni. Then, when the appointed time arrived on the 5th day, Seito left Wang Shichong's residence with Dong Shuni again and arrived at the independent courtyard where he would meet Yang Xuyen in an ambiguous and charming manner. Perhaps it was because Yang Xuyen remembered that he was ambushed last time, but he did not immediately appear in the courtyard. Instead, he hid in the dark with the strange body movement skill he learned from Shi Zhixuan and Heaven Mending Dao's breath hiding technique. Come out. Seito, who discovered Yang Xuyen's hiding spot through his spiritual perception, turned his head and looked at the corner of the room. Right after he finished speaking, a black figure that looked like a shadow suddenly shot out from the corner. In the next moment, it turned into Yang Xuyen and appeared before Seito and Dong Shuni. Sir. Yang Xuyen cupped his fist and bowed. Seito nodded and accepted Yang Xuyen's greeting. Then, he went straight to the point and asked, "Where is it?" "It's here." Yang Xuyen took out a strange black leather book. It was made of the same material as the Heavenly Demon book he got from Paichen, but its thickness was not much thicker than the Heavenly Demon book in Laojun Temple. He handed it to Seito. When he saw the Heavenly Demon book, Seito did not hold back. He reached out and took it. He lowered his head and started flipping through it. The content was just as Seito expected. It recorded the assassination path, deeds, cultivation method, key points, and some thoughts of the Preaching assassins. On the whole, it was more like the historical records of sects than martial arts secret manuals. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The demon sects, various sects, originated from the Preaching 100 schools. When they first gathered to form the demon sect, which was also known as the sacred sect, it was for the sake of leaving behind the teachings of their own sections. They hoped that when the world permitted it in the future, their descendants would be able to carry it forward. They did not want to take the extreme path of bringing disaster to the country. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for the Heavenly Demon book to contain these things. I wonder which sect's extremist wanted to support the Dragon Court to pass down their teachings, causing the demon sect to become like this. I reckon it was probably the former school of vertical and horizontal and the current flowery sect. Seito made a wild guess. Since he had obtained the Heavenly Demon book he wanted, Seito did not want to be a third wheel and disturb Yang Xuyen and Dong Shuni. Then, just like last time, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to Wang Shichong's residence. At this point, Seito had basically completed everything he wanted to do in Luoyang, except for the Jade Annulus of He clan. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Therefore, after staying in Wang Shichong's residence for another day, Seito and the others once again boarded their own modified carriage and drove away from Luoyang. They continued to travel east to Rongyang, where they were prepared to meet the most famous rebel army of this era, the Wagong army. Speaking of which, should I keep Chu Rang or Li Mi? Seito thought to himself as he squeezed his body between Yi and Wei Jinjin, enjoying the two's bare hands feeding him. However, at this time, Seito had clearly forgotten about the trouble he had caused in Luoyang. Not long after he left Luoyang, a faint sense of danger emerged from the bottom of his heart. With a flash of light in his eyes, Seito raised his eyebrows and immediately released his mental power to explore the surrounding forest. "What's wrong?" Noticing the change in Seito's expression, Yi asked. "It seems that there are ignorant fellows looking for trouble with us." Seito, who had sensed the aura of several experts about 200 meters away, sneered. Then, 6941, what are you looking at? CC, remember me. The people are here. You can do it. Then, Seito spread out his mental power and connected it to the minds of Zhen Yi, Yi, Fanchan Miun, Tuki Meili, and Fu Junzuo, transmitting the images he had detected into their minds. "Leave it to us," Yi said confidently. Then he and Zhen Yi looked at each other, and the two of them flew out of the carriage that was still moving at a normal speed. They entered the forest on both sides and rushed toward the enemy's hiding place. Behind the two of them, Fu Junzuo's figure also flew out and directly rushed towards the enemy on the main road. Next was Tuki Meili. She bent down and walked out of the carriage with a calm face, then jumped to the top of the carriage. She took a Japanese bow and pulled out a wooden iron head arrow from the quiver at her waist. Then, without any hesitation, she released the bow and arrow. Whoosh! In an instant, there was a slight sound of the air being pierced. The flying arrow seemed to have teleported, flying over a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. It shot into the dense forest beside the road and sank into the throat of one of the attackers. The attacker, who didn't understand how he was discovered, unwillingly covered his throat and fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. "Damn it, we've been discovered," a man who seemed to be the leader said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another arrow flew into their hiding place, piercing the throat of an attacker who couldn't dodge in time. At the same time, Zhen Yi, and Fu Junzuo, who had used Qinggong to rush over, also rushed into the forest, using various methods to attack them. "Miyun, don't you want to exercise?" Seito asked Fanchan Miyun, who was still in the carriage, with a smile. "They're not worth my time," Fanchan Miyun said calmly. Chapter 1230. Just as Tanabe Miyun had said, these people were not worth her time. Although their aura was not weaker than Ye's, even in a one-on-one situation, they were not necessarily a match for Shinya, Fu Junzuo, who had cultivated the Nine Mysteries technique to the 7th level under Seito's guidance. In addition, they were caught off guard, and with the help of Suki Meiri, who could be described as a sniper, it did not take long before they were all buried under Yi and the others' attacks. Seito sensed that Yi and the others' attacks had ended. His heart flashed, and in an instant, he appeared in the dense forest where the enemies were lying in ambush, standing beside a corpse. Seito did not say anything, and directly squatted beside the corpse. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the forehead of the corpse. Using his spirit sensing and touch sensing abilities, he activated the Yamanaka family's secret mind reading technique, reading all the information on the corpse Dugu organization. After a moment, Seito withdrew his hand, stood up, and used his mind to gather a cloud of water vapor from the surrounding air to wash his hand. What a despicable method! Seito curled his lips and said disdainfully, "I thought you would play some small tricks on me in the imperial court. After all this time, you directly sent the elites of the Dugu organization to assassinate me. It's really beneath the standards of a great organization. No wonder your Dugu organization was wiped out." Then, he ignored this and returned to the carriage with Shinya, Yi, and Fu Junzuo, as if nothing had happened, and continued to chat and play as they headed toward Xingyang City. Xingyang City was not far from Luoyang City. According to the traffic situation of Sui Tang Dynasty, it was only about 100 kilometers, which was 10 kilometers more than the modern era. With Seito's modified horses, it only took them 3 hours to reach Xingyang City. It was worth mentioning that at this time, the main city of Xingyang had not yet been captured by the Wagong army and was still under the control of the army. However, the other counties within Xingyang had all fallen into the hands of the Wagong army led by Li Mi. If the time was not wrong, in at most 2 months, the Wagong army, which had completely digested the entire Xingyang region, would break through Xingyang just like in the original, and then with Xingyang as the center, they would launch an attack on the eastern capital Luoyang. However, it was precisely because Xingyang was under the control of the army and caught up with such a besieged time that the security in the city was not good. Everywhere one could see the army bullying the people and robbing the wealth of the civilians. They were like unscrupulous bandits, and there were even a few ignorant guys who set their eyes on Seito. Seito naturally would not be polite to this kind of evil intention. In order to not cause unnecessary trouble, he directly used his spiritual power to hypnotize these soldiers and let them hold a Longyang convention in front of the people in the city. However, they basically could not stay in Xinjiang City anymore. Therefore, Seito once again drove the carriage and left Xinjiang City, moving toward the Wagong army that was the closest to Xinjiang City. At about nightfall, Seito's carriage drove into a small county that was guarded by the Wagong army and stopped outside a decent-looking inn. "Let's rest here today." After getting off the carriage, Seito said to Zhen Yi and the others, "Of course, if you feel uncomfortable here, you can go back to rest. It's okay, we can just stay here." Ye Yi shook his head with a smile. Zhen Yi said softly, "I will stay wherever young master stays." Wei Zhenjin whispered, "Well, let's go in." Seeing that the others had no objections, Seito nodded and led everyone into the inn. Guest. Seeing Seito and the others enter the inn, the waiter in the inn shouted loudly. Then, he ran to Seito and the others and asked with a smile, "Dear guests, would you like to have a meal or stay in the inn?" "A meal. Along with a room." Seito glanced at the inn's environment and said. Then, he led Zhen Yi and the others to a corner of the inn. After sitting down in the chosen corner, Seito said to the waiter, "Just do what you're good at." "Okay." The waiter shouted, turned around, and walked quickly to the back hall. "Have you heard that Zhang Xutua's army is coming?" At this time, the conversation of two men dressed as businessmen attracted Seito's attention. "You mean General Zhang Xutua, who is known as the #1 gunman of the present age?" "That's him. I heard that he has arrived near Yong County. He will arrive here in at most one day." "No wonder. I was wondering why the Wagong army suddenly stopped. I thought that their territory was too big and they were preparing to digest it before attacking Yingyang. It turns out that they had to stop because of the arrival of Zhang Xutua's army." The man suddenly understood. "Do you think the Wagong army can still win this time?" The man continued to ask. "It's hard to say. Not to mention General Zhang Xutua, his subordinates Qin Shubao, Luo Shixin, and the others are all first-class fierce generals. Coupled with the 20,000 elite soldiers under his command, it will be difficult for Wagong to win here." The other businessman glanced around. After finding that there was no one like Wagong, he deliberately lowered his voice and whispered, "Doesn't Wagong have Li Mi? And that pretty military advisor, does she really not have any power to resist?" The other said with some disbelief, "Whether Wagong wants to win or not, the key is still to see what Supreme Leader Chu Rang thinks." The businessman said meaningfully, "Don't say that, don't say that." The man's expression changed and he quickly reminded him in a low voice, Yes, let's drink and not talk about current affairs." The merchant, who had regained his senses, trembled all over. His eyes scanned the surroundings again with caution before he said with a hollow laugh with lingering fear in his heart. After that, the two of them really did as he said. They didn't talk about Wagong anymore. They talked about which brothel's top hostess in which city was like that, which young lady was like, and some miscellaneous business matters. Near Yong County. Seito frowned and thought. "Sir, your dishes are here." At this time, the waiter came to Seito with a wooden tray with 2 hot dishes on it. He put the dishes on the tray on the table in front of him. "Sir, please enjoy." The waiter greeted and then continued to rush to the kitchen to prepare dishes for Seito and others. "Let's eat." Seito took the chopsticks and used his hand to summon a ball of water. After washing everyone's chopsticks, he distributed them to others one by one. The next day, Seito and others, who had a good night's rest in the inn, paid for the inn, got on the carriage and quickly left the city. They went in the direction of Yong County, ready to try their luck there. However, Yong County was a bit far from Xinjiang. Therefore, before they could get there, Zhang Xutuo, who had rushed into Xinjiang first, met with the Wagong army led by Supreme Chief Chu Rang. Then, as mentioned in the original work, he defeated the Wagong army and arrogantly led his army to chase after them. Moreover, he won one battle after another. He didn't see that this was a scheme by the Wagong army to lure the enemy in. At the same time, Sei To, who got the news of the two armies fighting, turned the carriage and rushed to the north of Dahai Temple. If he remembered correctly, Li Mi brought Zhu Junyan, Wang Bodong, and Shin Luoyan to ambush Zhang Xutuo in the original work. Let's go, we will meet the famous Duke of Pushun, Li Mi. Sei To, who was standing on a low slope and looking at the brightly lit barracks in the distance, said. Finished speaking, he took Jin Yi, Chantan Meiyun, Toki Meili, Fu Junzuo, who was confused by Sei To's words, and Wei Jinjin, who didn't know any martial arts and was being carried by Sei To, and rushed down the hill toward the barracks. With Sei To's exaggerated speed, it didn't take long for them to appear outside the barracks. Who is it? Stop! Seeing the arrival of Sei To's group, the guards of the barracks repeatedly shouted. At the same time, the archers on the side also knocked their arrows and aimed straight at Sei To's group. Seeing this, Sei To raised his eyebrows and immediately released his spiritual power, forming an illusion domain that enveloped him and his group. Like a ghost, he suddenly disappeared in front of the Wagong army's soldiers. Then, Sei To, while maintaining the illusion domain to envelop his body, led Jin Yi and the others into the barracks without the Wagong army noticing at all, and directly walked toward the barracks where Li Mi and the others were. It had to be said that Li Mi's cultivation was very good. At least, he was among the top of the batch of rebel leaders. Whether it was his aura or spiritual power, they were all not bad. Therefore, the moment Sei To's group entered, Li Mi, who suddenly felt an alarm in his heart, suddenly raised his head. His eyes slowly swept through the large tent until he saw where Sei To's group was standing under the illusion. Since your excellency has come, why don't you show yourself? Don't tell me you don't dare to show yourself? Li Mi said loudly with a heavy aura. After dispersing the illusion domain and slowly revealing himself, Sei To looked at Li Mi with a smile and praised. Duke Pushun really has an extraordinary spirit. It's really better to meet someone by your reputation than to meet someone by your reputation. Li Mi was nearly 7 feet tall and had a stalwart figure. He was wearing a plain Confucian robe, which, together with his chiseled face, gave people a strange sense of elegance. It made him look more like a valiant scholar than a general who led troops to war. His eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were bright. The black and white of his eyes were distinct, and they flickered with an indescribable color. Just by looking at him, one would feel as if one was about to be seen through. Of course, this was just a feeling. Even if Li Mi was exhausted to death, he still couldn't see through Ito Sei, who was shrouded in clouds and mist. On the contrary, he was secretly frightened by Ito Sei's strange and inexplicable means, so he was very vigilant. Chapter 12:31. Young man, short hair, accompanied by several strangely dressed beautiful women at all times. If my guess is correct, Your Excellency should be the new Zuo Wei General, Chang and Garrison, General Chen Shicheng, who has a conflict with the Dugu clan in Luoyang City. Li Mi pretended to be relaxed as he leaned back on the chair, looking at Ito Seiji and said lightly, "The Wagong Army's intelligence system is really well informed. I have only left the mountain for a month, and you have already found out my whereabouts. It seems that the Wagong Army cares a lot about me." Sei To raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "May I know the purpose of General Chen's visit?" Li Mi asked in a non-committal manner. It's very simple to accept you. Seito chuckled as if he was joking. Oh! Li Mi raised his eyebrows and stared at Seito without blinking. He wanted to see something from his expression. On the contrary, Seito's expression was still as leisurely as before. Then, as if he was stretching, he waved at a large chair on the left side of the tent. The chair seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand and spontaneously flew behind Seito. Seito then lowered his body and sat down with Wei Jinjin in his arms. Seeing this, Li Mi's pupils immediately shrank and the fear in his heart became even more serious. At this time, Seito, who was sitting on the chair with Wei Jinjin in his arms, waved his hand and an invisible seal instantly appeared in the tent. Li Mi faintly sensed the existence of something and enveloped the entire tent. Which one of you is up? Seito, who had set up the seal, turned his head and looked at Jin Yi, Fanchan Miun, Fu Junzuo, and Toki Meili. What is the meaning of this, General Chun? Li Mi's expression changed slightly and he asked with a gloomy face. It's nothing. It's just that before we accept you, I'll have to trouble you to be their sparring partner. Ito Sei pointed at Shinya and the others beside him with a smile. Ha, General Chun, are you looking down on me? Li Mi was so angry that he laughed. How could that be? I chose you to be their sparring partner because I value your martial strength. If it were an ordinary person, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking and would have directly captured you. Seito seemed to have been misunderstood. He said in surprise, just like Wang Shichong in Luoyang. Hearing Wang Shichong's name, Li Mi's heart jumped again. Good move, General Chen. Li Mi narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Li Mi will risk his life to play with General Chen's concubines for a while. However, there are some ugly words that I have to say first. Fists and feet have no eyes. If they are injured, General Chen, please forgive me. Although his words were polite, the hidden killing intent was exposed, showing the anger in Li Mi's heart at this time. Of course, Seito narrowed his eyes and said lightly, if you, Li Mi, have the ability. Seito then ignored Li Mi and turned to Zhen Yi and the others, asking again, which one of you wants to come? Last time it was Chantan. Last time it was Yi. This time leave it to me. Zhen Yi pressed his left hand on his right hand's finger, making a kacha sound, then walked out of the crowd and said, It seems that Zhen Yi, you can't hold back anymore. Seito said with a smile. Well, I'll leave this guy to you. Be careful. After saying that, Seito's mind moved. Using his telekinesis ability, he covered Ito Sei, Wei Jinjin who was in his arms, and the chair they were sitting on, Yi, Chantanmyun, Toki Meili, Fu Junzuo, and all the scattered chairs in the tent, as well as Gong'an who was in front of Li Mi. Using his telekinesis ability, he moved himself and the others to the entrance of the big tent, as well as the surrounding items to the corners of the big tent, creating a spacious space for the upcoming battle between Shinya and Li Mi. Although Li Mi had already seen Seito's strange methods before, seeing this strange scene in front of him, he still felt a heavy feeling in his heart. His expression was grave as he wore a plain samurai suit. Zhen Yi, whose light purple hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of his head, confronted him. Li Mi's aura quickly condensed, pressing down on Zhen Yi like a mountain. In the battle between above and below, the concept of aura was rarely used. However, it didn't mean that Zhen Yi didn't understand the mysteries of aura. Therefore, after feeling the pressure of the aura, Zhen Yi took a deep breath and shouted, exploding his internal qi. At the same time, he used the shrinking technique to instantly appear in front of Li Mi and threw a punch at his opponent's chest. This was because he wanted to verify his relationship with Zhen Yi. Therefore, Zhen Yi didn't use his unique skill, the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique. Instead, he used an ordinary qi attack. Even so, the power was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Seeing this, Li Mi's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was about to show a disdainful expression. At the same time, he stretched out his palm as if he had been waiting there to catch Zhen Ye's fist. His other free arm immediately grabbed at Zhen Ye's throat. Zhen Yi knew that Li Mi wanted to kill him. His pupils shrank and he quickly leaped up. His legs were like two big whips, twisting around Li Mi's right arm that was grabbing his fist. Then, he circled around Li Mi's attacking left arm and landed on Li Mi's right arm. Then, he kicked back with his left foot, aiming at Li Mi's face. Li Mi, who didn't expect Zhen Ye's attack to be so strange, quickly leaned back. At the same time, he used his internal qi to shake off Zhen Ye's grip. Then, he swung his arm and threw Zhen Ye's body away. In the air, Zhen Ye's body spun and landed on the ground. Then, he tapped his foot again and continued to use the shrinking technique to appear in front of Li Mi. Then, he attacked Li Mi with the Jujube Flow Close Body Jujube technique. Although they had only exchanged one move, Li Mi found that Zhen Ye's moves were strange. His quick reaction was not simple. Li Mi didn't dare to be negligent. He put all his effort into displaying his martial arts and dismantling Zhen Ye's moves one by one. In an instant, the entire tent was filled with dust from Li Mi's internal qi. It formed a small cloud of dust that shrouded the area around Zhen Yi and Li Mi, who were rapidly exchanging blows. The sound of fierce collisions between their bodies echoed in the tent. Fortunately, Sei Ito had already set up a simple illusion defense restriction here. There was no need to worry about the sound and images here spreading out and causing trouble. Of course, this was not absolute. If someone happened to come and report, they would be able to discover the abnormality here. However, with Sei Ito guarding the door, even if there was a problem, it could be easily solved. It couldn't be helped. After all, hypnotism was so overbearing and heaven-defying when used on people at the bottom. Go to hell. At this time, Li Mi, who had been exchanging blows with Zhen Yi for a few rounds, roared and fiercely attacked Zhen Ye's chest, who had exposed an opening during the attack. Tenzhou Dragon Gate, open! Zhen Yi, who sensed that his life was in danger, didn't have time to test his strength. With a low shout, he opened the Tenzhou Dragon Gate, which could absorb all abnormal energy. In an instant, a spherical light like a small sun emerged from Zhen Ye's chest. Then, in the blink of an eye, it spread to Zhen Ye's whole body and came into contact with Li Mi's palm. What? The next moment, Li Mi, who suddenly felt his internal qi flowing out from his palm, was startled and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. At the same time, Li Mi's attack paused uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhen Yi immediately stretched out his palms and pressed them against the opening in Li Mi's chest. True Dragon-type Qigong Needle Forging Technique. Double Flame Dragon Strike. Boom. In an instant there was an explosion, and a ball of intertwined, twisting, and blazing flame qi burst out from Li Mi's back like a tornado. It rushed out in a straight line for a while before slowly dissipating into the air. This is... Seeing Zhen Ye's attack, Yi was somewhat stunned. It's actually a true dragon-type Qigong. Moreover, it's a fire attribute dragon-type Qigong that counters her wood attribute. It seems that Zhen Yi has been working hard on it, Sei Ito said softly, sighing. In the world of Heaven Under Heaven, there had always been two inheritances of dragon-type Qigong. One was the true dragon-type Qigong secretly passed down from the Gaolu clan. The other was the true dragon-type Qigong that Zhen Yi and Ye's older brother, Zhao Xinyi, had deduced from observing the true dragon-type Qigong. This was also the dragon-type Qigong that Sei Ito often used. In terms of form and technique, there was basically no difference between the two. The only difference was the instantaneous burst of power. For example, the true dragon-type Qigong's instantaneous burst of power was several times that of the true dragon-type Qigong. Moreover, it was accompanied by a spiral force. The damage was completely incomparable to the true dragon-type qigong. Wah! Even with the powerful Xiantian true qi in his body, Li Mi's internal organs were still seriously injured by the true dragon-type qigong. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, Li Mi was also a ruthless person. After being injured, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He directly circulated a mouthful of true qi into his hands and grabbed Zhen Ye's neck, who happened to be stiff after the eruption of true qi. Humph! At this time, Zhen Yi coldly snorted. Her body instantly shrank from more than 1.7 meters to around 1 meter. She landed on the ground like a child and dodged Li Mi's fatal attack by a hair's breadth. This was the special transformation technique that Zhen Yi used to nourish her qi. It had traces of the yin-yang technique. Then, Zhen Yi grabbed the loose lapel of her clothes and jumped up. She swung her leg and kicked Li Mi's abdomen, sending him flying. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Li Mi, who was flying backward. His hands continuously slapped Li Mi's body, injecting energy into his body and completely sealing off his inner breath. Wah! Li Mi, who had already suffered internal injuries and was now injured even more by forcefully using inner breath to attack, could no longer endure the suffocation in his chest. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of bright red blood. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.